What's up, everybody? It's me, Johnny G, and welcome back to the channel. Today, we are doing another Arknights video. This one is another event series. We are doing the rerun for What the Firelight Casts, which is the Read Altar event, or Read the Flame Shadow. I'm interested to see how this one goes. I don't know the story behind this one. I don't really know Read's story, Read or Read Altar, so I don't really know a lot. I do know that this event has a pretty cool boss, in the sense of it's a character that she is kind of like a dark looking version of Reed, but at the same time is very simped upon in the community, it seems. But I guess we'll have to find out that for ourselves, right? With that being said, I've already got my daily logins and everything done. We're going to jump into this, and I think we'll do a quick 10 pull as we get started. So let's jump in. Here we are. Let's go ahead and we'll do a quick 10 pull for Read Altar, just to see what happens. Here we go. Fingers crossed. We get a 5. All right, how's that working? 1 5 at the very end. Skip to it. We got Harmony? Is that a first? I think that's a first for this account. Okay, interesting. I do have a couple, or no, single headhunt cert. So let's use that. We get Melantha. That's all right. We'll hold on to the rest for now. This ends 9-4. So I might have a chance to still do a few more pulls for this. I've got some OP, which is gonna get me close to what I need to do another 10 pull. That's interesting. I got another Harmony. All right. Or got a Harmony. I have her, I think, maxed out on my other account. Maxed potential, or somewhere 3+ on potential. I know I've pulled her a couple times on the other account, but all right. Let's go ahead, and I've got a bunch of these to use up, so let's do that. I think I want to try something a little bit different this time. I think what I'd like to do is let's go ahead and do the stages, right? We'll go ahead and do the stages first, and then we'll do the narration after. So let's go ahead and do that, and we'll go back and we'll do the story after. Let's jump through the stages, and we'll see how things go. All right, tutorial first. Now, I've already done these stages on my other account as well, so I love the soundtrack for this too. This is such a badass battle theme. Stay alert, folks. We'll be simulating a swamp environment. Enemy sniper spotted. Support requested. Hey, where did Cruz go?
I won't sleep on the job.
Right here. Leave these enemies to me. Breed beds give operators camouflage, giving you an edge in battle. Operators with camouflage will not be targeted by normal attacks as long as they are not blocking, but this will not help them avoid splash damage. The other reason why I think it's going to be best to wait to do the story narration is I only have a couple days left on the rerun, so I want to farm the stages real quick. Well, it's basically like a day and a half, so I'll get those done. Arg, my feet got caught in the mud. Be careful of the marshes. They will slow the enemies and reduce their attack speed as they pass through it, but our attack speed will be affected as well. I'll protect the others. Let's get the job done. But anyways, I only have like a day and a half to finish, so if I can do all the stages real quick, then we can go back and do the narration, but this will give me time to farm stages as well. Plus, if I don't get the narration done before the event rerun finishes, it'll pop up in the side stories like the day after it closes out or something to that effect. So I'll be able to jump in there and go through the story before I get this posted. So something doesn't seem right with this one. They appear to be dead bodies under the control of Originium arts. Be careful. So these ones, when you beat it, they float over, and they've got, you have to kill the little floating thing or it basically respawns. It's a little bit of a pain, but they leave behind Originium Ember when they're defeated, which will resurrect them if not cleared quickly. Embers do not deal damage even when we are in the contact, but they have invisibility and must be attacked several times in order to remove them. Understood. I'll stop them here. What about the other side? I'll be there soon. Yeah, go, see? Alright, so,
There you
Melantha.
are. There we
Put
go.
them, and I don't know if I even needed Cardigan.
Is it my turn? Huh? Here I am.
Yeah, I didn't need Cardigan. I guess I could have put her out there if I really wanted to, but putting Medic out there, you're pretty good.
Looking after everyone's health is my greatest motivation.
Thank you, Hibiscus. All right, FC-1. We'll go with my main team for now. Okay. Flight and Pursuit. Okay.
You people.
I don't think I'll even remember your faces after this
I think I put
one.
her like this.
Anyway, let's just get started.
Incoming. Get ready, everyone.
Spring
Put her there.
breeze, timely rain. Now we
Just to
sow
defend the
grain.
top lane, because you got a few that'll come up around here later.
Don't make this harder than it needs to be.
I'll put that
Let's
there.
put an end to this show. Pronto.
Clear skies for Qingming.
Tactical support system. Online.
You know what? I might be okay with just these three. We'll see. If I need anybody in the back row, I'll put them there later. But for now, I think we're good. All right,
Let's
Pookie,
put an end to this
I'll put
show.
you out.
Pronto.
Done. Okay. Cool. That one wasn't too bad. The first
May my
couple
hail
aren't
of
bad.
bullets bring you eternal peace.
That's cool seeing her with the Rhodes kitchen background there. Nice. All right, FC-2. Now there are only 8 stages in this too, so. Unlucky reunion. Okay.
You people. I don't think I'll even remember your faces after this one. Anyway, let's just get started. Solid positioning.
Now let's do Telopsis.
Mark.
Okay. Yeah, we'll put
And
that
what
there. It's
purpose
fine.
do you think your
Not gonna hurt
sacrifice will
nothing.
serve?
Spring breeze, timely rain. Now we sow the grain.
A valiant struggle, but you would.
Sow the mountains when summer leaves a white dew. Seed the plains when equinox paints russet hue.
Beautiful. I think we got a solid setup going on here. I actually, now that I think of it, I haven't finished the boss on my other account. And Googly tried it one time. I was able to clear like everybody but the boss. I kept getting a bunch of my operators wiped out, so it was really, really strange. But we'll get there when we get there for here and see how that works out.
Professor?
Get her ready in front just
I
in
wasn't
case.
supposed to. I plant you into the soil to grow anew.
26, 27.
Can you do it?
Beautiful.
A valiant struggle, but you won't get
Beautiful.
away.
Got it. That's 2.
Your logical deduction was absolutely correct. What a perfect calculation.
Thank you, Telopsis. Telopsis. I don't know. I'm being weird. All right, FC-3. Okay, burn the haystacks. Okay, so we got this place. No. He's not the one I wanted. First of all, I want her there.
Create a diversion.
Don't make this harder than it needs to be. Let's put an end to this
Put him
show.
out there for now. He's a good start.
This hunt has dragged on for too long.
Solid positioning.
Put Pookie there to help.
And what purpose do you think your sacrifice will serve?
Arching it.
War. A word I've not heard in a long,
Let's shoot her to
long
block
time.
that side because she can get both angles. And then I can stack as we need. We can put 3 more operators out. She'll heal everybody here. They're all in her range, which is beautiful. Put Eye Fiala there.
And what purpose?
Who?
A valiant struggle, but you won't get away.
Come on, Sherry Quad, tesoro.
Boom. Doing good on that side.
I wasn't supposed to. I plant you into the soil to grow anew.
Watch out for fires.
And what
Let
purpose
Eye
do you
Fiala
think
have
your
some fun.
sacrifice will serve?
Last 2. Done already. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 operators, and probably didn't even need that many, but solid. That guy's a little tougher defense-wise, but
I wasn't supposed
I don't
to
have her
act.
maxed out either. She's level 60.
You'll be
Why did I keep clicking on him? Really, she's level 60. I have her elite 2'd.
Your logical deduction was absolutely correct.
Thank you again,
What a perfect
Telopsis.
calculation.
You're being a sweetheart tonight. All right, FC-4, we're already about to hit the halfway. I think there might be another tutorial stage. I can't remember. I think there's a second tutorial. I know the second story is until like right before the boss,
Direct
something
menu
like that,
access
and
for
then the third
application
one's
map.
right after.
And enemy coordinates authorized. Please stand by. Let me create a
Her like
diversion.
that.
War. A word I've not heard in a long, long time.
Don't make this harder than it needs to be.
If you're really incapable of clear skies for teaming, rain clouds for Peru.
And what purpose do you think your sacrifice will serve? This hunt has dragged on for too long.
that taken care
This hunt
of.
has dragged on for too long.
Arch unit charging.
Let her have a little bit of a blast there.
Let's put an end to this show. Pronto.
Oh yeah. Thank you, Aya. Did a real good job wiping that car off the face of the earth. The face of Dublin. I haven't pulled Decadenza yet.
Let's put an end to this show. Pronto.
I'll plant you into the soil to grow anew.
Screw it. Decadenza here.
Let's put an end to this show.
Let her handle him. Oh, she's about to charge up here. Oh, I don't know if I'll get her in time. Yes, I will. Ooh, baby. I can pull her just to not have to mess with him, really.
Initiation. Activating arch unit. Please give your orders maybe a little hot.
Boom, 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 boom. This guy and then him.
If you're really in branch and bone bear weeds, mounds and ruins bloom fields.
A valiant struggle, but you
Nice.
won't get away.
See, that one's best with a melee front offense, I believe. That enemy. Because, like, defenders don't really do much. I don't know.
What are you looking all smug?
It's
for?
tough. Tough to
These
say.
Stronzi have already
It
wasted
looks
too
like
much of our
when
time.
they get up close, like to the dog dude. Yeah, here's a tutorial. Like when they got up close to his summon, or like when they got up in front of somebody, not counting Ayafiola. Obviously, Decadenza was good. You know, they're able to do massive damage to those. Okay,
I'll do my best.
Melantha, Jessica.
I'll show them what I can do.
What the? Reed beds can be set on fire until under some circumstances. Burning reed beds no longer provide camouflage, and operators within will take arts damage and burn damage. Sorry, I'm trying to deal with the fire. Hang in there, Melantha. The fire's dying down. Fire's finally out. Deploy operators in burning reed beds to gradually put out the fires.
I'll show them what I can do. What are your...
Fires may spread when there is an adjacent reed bed.
I'll show them what I can do.
Fire's spreading! Operators deployed in reed beds can put out the fire and prevent it from spreading. Let me demonstrate.
Not one step
She takes
backward.
burn. Focus on the enemies in front of you. Their attacks will deal extra burn damage when near a fire. It is important to put out fires quickly and prevent them from spreading. I'm counting on you.
Please stop arguing. 負傷者はこちらに。Not one step backward.
Okay, these two.
What are your real thoughts? Take that! I'm ready to don't
Didn't really need to launch the skills, but it's all good.
これが
Whispering.
物語の結末。
Okay.
悲劇の繰り返し。
Alright. FC-5. Let's do it. Hymn of Blessing.
正面は私に
Okay,
任
we've
せ
only
て。
got one to cover this time.
Follow me.
Anything else? And what purpose do you think your sacrifice will serve?
War. A word I've not heard in a long, long time.
Solid positioning.
If you're really incapable, sow the mountains when summer leaves a white dew. Seed the plains when equinox paints russet hue.
Okay. We're in good shape right now.
I'll be careful.
This hunt has dragged on for too long.
Apple pie! Watch out for fires!
Let Fiala just from the middle there just obliterate everything.
This hunt has dragged on for too long.
I wasn't supposed. I plant you into the soil to grow anew.
Let Degenbreaker help out there.
And what purpose do you think your
I guess she didn't really
sacrifice will
have to,
serve?
but I just didn't want anybody leaking through Pookie there. That's all right.
Good, good. I had no idea you were so clever and learned. I was going to ask you help me make my atang, but with such a good head on your shoulders, I'm feeling a little bad now.
Ironically, I never did look that up. What is Mayatang? Oh, okay, so it's like maltose, like sugar syrup. Okay, I get it. I get it. FC-6.
Let's go! Take them all by storm!
家訓苦難と闇を恐れるべからず
Follow me! Heaven flip! Solid positioning. Unit charging. From shadows.
Just use her for now.
War. A word I've not heard in a long, long time.
Loading complete.
Make this harder than it needs to be.
I wasn't supposed to act, but...
Okay, let's use this.
For singing, rain clouds for blue.
This hunt has dragged on for too long.
How soon do you want them gone?
Let's begin.
Let OG Texas up front there.
Still soaking yourself in the past?
See, she might need a little help there. Oop.
Awaiting orders.
Let's put an end to this show. Pronto.
Yeah, it's fine.
And what purpose do you think your sacrifice will serve?
Oh, this one's rough because I think I need to put...
Still mulling things over, Dr. Conviction will throw you off pace.
If you're really incapable, I'll plant you into the soil to grow anew. From shadows. 戦に祈りを心配しないで。
Oh man, Red's not gonna get that down in time. Okay, yeah, I think I screwed this one up. That's alright. That's alright. We got it. We'll figure it out.
No. First aid needed.
It's alright. It's alright. I can't let them, because there's those couple of groups that like to take the whole line there, and they're a bit of a pain. So I need to kind of stack further behind. So let's try it again with the same team, but I believe I rebuilt my squad, like my backup squad or something on my other account, with more back defense, if that makes sense.
Ready to heal.
I do like having Exuze here. She's solid. She's actually a good choice too. Ooh, excuse me.
Marked.
Put Red there for now, but I'll probably switch her out for Dagonbreaker. Put my 2 healing guards back there.
Roar. A word I've not heard in a long, long time.
Initiating healing process.
Sugar. Pulled her a little too early.
I wasn't supposed to act, but... Sow the mountains when summer leaves the white dew. Seed the plains when equinox paints
meant to speed that up.
Anything outside the plan? I'll judge for myself.
Still soaking yourself in the past?
This hunt has dragged on for too long.
Hampo だって引かない。
Okay.
Want my opinion? Use your weapon to tell me.
Whoa.
Let's begin.
That was weird. Okay, that one's screwed. I screwed that one up too. Okay, well. Okay, hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. No. We all good. What we need is... I think I got a little bit of a different idea here. We're gonna try it. Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Good. I suppose you've already got a plan.
I already called dibs on the most lucrative real estate in hell, and you
Face her
guys
back
all
that
get
way.
a share. Rest easy. Solid positioning. Draw swords. Awaiting orders.
can go do something else.
It's safe here.
Whoa, okay, let's take a
Don't
breaker.
be afraid.
That's alright.
Target marked.
Got it. Shut up.
Spring breeze, timely rain.
Please come to your senses. Loading complete.
I plant you into the soil to grow anew.
From shadows.
You'll have to try harder than that.
Single and clear.
Awaiting orders. You can't stop me.
How soon do you want them gone?
Doctor, you heal that wound in no time.
Still mulling things over, Dr. Perfection. Conviction will throw you off pace.
Damn. This ain't gonna be good. Yep, see, she's gonna lose.
Just try me. Cut them to pieces.
準備完了。私がついてる。
Still mulling things over, Dr. Perfectionist.
Strike them.
Sow the mountains when summer leaves a white dew. Seed the plains when equinox paints russet hue.
All right. I'll be careful. Doctor, you heal that wound in no time. 準備完了。懺悔しなさい。Doctor,
Don't make this harder than it needs to be. This hunt has dragged on for too long.
Nope, this is not gonna work. This is not gonna work.
This hunt has dragged on for too long.
Professor, watch out for fires.
Yep, nope.
戦に祈り、私がついてる。Activating arch unit.
Red is somehow still in there fighting. That's freaking hilarious. She should not be, by all accounts, should be dead. But, wow, somehow she is still alive, which is hilarious. I bled one
戦
through.
に祈りを。心配しないで。
Red's dead now.
You can go do something else.
Draw swords. Solid positioning.
If you're really incapable, sow the mountains when summer leaves a white dew. Seed the plains when equinox paints russet hue.
Here we go.
Still
Ready?
mulling things over, Dr. Perfectionist.
Yes. Come on. Come on. There we go.
Use no weapon. Cut them to pieces.
Don't use that skill. We need to wait. Finish these guys off. Alright, we're good. I'll have to 3-star this one now. Excuse me.
戦に祈りを。
You want my opinion? Conviction will throw you off pace.
Professor?
Vision of
accomplished.
It's tough to say for sure who I could use down in the bottom there. Instead of Red, that would have helped me from bleeding that through, which, I mean, I got Degenbreaker back there towards the end. I think I kind of screwed that up. I want to try that once more. I kind of screwed that up when I first deployed her, and I shouldn't have. Just because.
Direct memory access for application map. And enemy coordinates authorized. Please stand by.
Let me
We're going to put Exusier like that. Hold on to Red.
Anything outside the plan? I'll judge for myself. This hunt has dragged on for too long.
Can you do it?
Draw swords.
This hunt has dragged on for too long.
Got it. You can't stop me.
War. A word I've not heard in a long, long time.
No way out for you. Hurry up.
Thank you, Red. Helps get rid of that one.
If you're really incapable of clear skies for Qingyin, rain clouds for Guyu.
Initiation. Hidden mode enabled.
You can go do something else.
And what purpose do you think your sacrifice will serve?
Awaiting orders. Cut them to pieces.
You want my opinion? Still soaking yourself in the past?
光がこの地を守り抜く
You want my opinion?
You'll have to try harder than that.
Alright, now that we got a lot of them starting to move.
Got it. Cut them to pieces.
They'll be sleeping with the fiends alone.
There we go.
Red, help out there.
If you're really incapable, I'll plant you into the soil to grow anew.
I'm like nervously speeding it up yet.
Heal that wound
Trying
in no time.
Got it.
not to, for the sake of the fact that like I'm worried about.
Just try me.
Okay.
How soon do you want them gone?
私がついてる
Program. Initial loading complete.
Come on, Dagon. Get up
Still
there.
mulling things over, Dr. Perfectionist?
I want to hold off just till here. Now we can drag him in, take care of him. We pulled that one back. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. There we go, baby.
Awaiting orders.
Drop that. Boom. 3-starred that one on the second try.
May my hail of bullets
Not the
bring you
second total
eternal
try,
peace.
but the second completion is what I meant to say. Let's go. That was a good finish. All right, FC-7. Whoo, baby. We're almost done with the stages. I like.
We can take care of ourselves, Professor.
Little bugs.
You just focus on giving
Okay.
orders.
create a diversion. Solid position.
No. Oh, I didn't mean to do that, but okay. Excuse me. Nope. Not a good idea.
Don't make this harder than it needs to be.
I'll put that there because I think there's guys that come out later.
Struggle, but you won't get away.
We'll let them kind of whittle them down a little bit. Beautiful. That's 10 gone already just with those two.
All the best.
Oh, there's a guy that comes out of here if I'm remembering right. Yeah. I want shoe
breeze,
here.
Timely rain. Now we sow the grain.
Spooky.
Chi morirà qui oggi?
I wasn't supposed to act. Branch and bone bear weeds.
How's that?
Let's begin. Got it. Shut up.
It's safe here. Don't be afraid. Rock and roll.
You can go do something else. You want my opinion? You want my opinion?
I wasn't supposed to. Clear skies for teaming, rain clouds for queen.
Archnid chugging. I hear someone crying.
Temperature stable.
Okay, so it's just this guy now. Which begs the question.
Initiation complete. Crosswords.
There we go.
Awaiting orders. Cut them to pieces.
Where's he popping up?
You want my opinion?
Oh, hey, guess what, buddy? You ain't going nowhere.
I plant you
You
into
just
the
got
soil to
royally
grow anew.
fudged by her. And you've got those two on you now, so you're done.
Don't be afraid.
Okay, so it was kind of pointless to even worry about him there, but alright, we kind of destroyed him. Alright.
Your face just now, it seems the expression folds
Owls of a feather flock together is indeed true. Well, thank you again, Decadenza. Alright, so skip the story part, and then... hair in my mouth. We're on to the last stage. Let's see if we can beat the boss. Ah! Alright, FC-8. Let's see if this team can do it. If not, oh well. We will reform the team and figure it out, or we'll look at a strategy somewhere and figure it out that way.
You people, I don't think I'll even remember your faces after this one. Anyway, let's just get started.
It's safe here.
Don't make this harder than it needs to be. A valiant struggle, but you won't get away.
it positioning.
And what purpose?
Target marked.
Okay.
This hunt has dragged on for too long.
Roger.
Let Amia out. Let Amia handle.
Let's put an end to this show. Pronto.
Initiation complete. Hidden mode enabled.
半歩だって引かない。
A valiant struggle, but you won't get away.
Whoop.
Spring breeze, timely.
懺悔しなさい。
Let's put an end to this show. Pronto.
Let's begin. If you're really incapable, branch and bone bear leaves, mounds and ruins bloom fields.
Okay, now we're on to damaging the boss. She's got a weird, like, multi-phase thing between having her barrier
Let's put an end to
and
this show.
the other
Pronto.
stuff. It's very odd how she works, but
Awaiting orders.
darn.
Distract them.
I know what you're thinking.
That's it, Amia. Do some damage there.
Let's put an
Beautiful
end to
how this
show.
group in
Pronto.
the middle is working right now. So we're just on that. Keep working there, Amia. Alright.
準備完了。
Well, we lost her, which is fine, but
You can go
we'll put
do
Degan
something
Breaker out.
else.
Simple and clear. There we go.
Keep this group healed up.
You want my opinion?
If you're really sow the mountains when summer leaves a white dew.
Initiating healing process.
Keep those heals up.
Still manning things. Still soaking yourself in the past.
First phase of the boss is done. She sets fire to like everything, if I remember right here. Yeah, this is gonna be a pain.
Please, come to your senses.
That's gonna make this really hard.
Let's put an end to this show. Pronto.
Alright, we gotta get Degan out of that. Which is gonna hurt, yep.
I'll be careful. 光がこの地を守り抜く。
Wow!
Draw swords.
I'm gonna lose like everybody here. Mainly because of her and because of that fire. Like over here is okay, but... weird.
Doctor, you can heal that wound in no time.
She patrols around here, and that makes this a pain. Especially because I don't have anybody for like 20-30 seconds down here.
No way out for you.
I'm like, yeah, I can put red there, but now that he's attacking, that barely buys me any time. Five seconds. Vigil's my only other guy here. Go out quick enough.
Don't make this harder than it needs to be. And what purpose do you think your sacrifice will serve?
Not a lot.
Arch unit charging.
Heal. Okay. Nope, not quick enough.
This hunt
She's
has
not
dragged
healing
on
herself
for
quick
too
enough
long.
either. Yeah, see, I ain't gonna beat this. I was close. Close, but not quick enough. Or not close enough, I should say.
Fortune and misfortune are two sides of the same coin. What you have sown is not necessarily wicked.
Maybe if I don't
so why
put...
lose heart?
Let's try something different. Instead of putting her out where I did, put Shu out. Instead.
Good. I suppose you've already got a plan.
I already called dibs on the most lucrative real estate in hell, and you guys
We'll
all
put
get a
Exusier
share.
over here.
Rest easy.
Instead of facing that way, we'll put him out
It's
here
harder than it needs to be.
with the doggo.
This hunt has dragged on for too long.
It's safe here.
Let's put an end to this show. Pronto.
We're gonna put Shu.
Spring breeze,
Right
timely
here.
rain. Now we sow the grain.
This hunt has...
If you're really incapable, sow the mountains when summer leaves a white dew.
And heal that wound in no time.
This hunt has dragged on for too long.
All the best.
Okay, so that side's looking pretty good.
But you won't get away.
Arch unit charging.
Wow, that makes 0 sense at all.
Let's put an end to this show. Pronto.
Let's begin.
Yeah, why
Let's
not?
put an end to this show. Pronto.
Program initial incomplete.
How? Wow. Okay.
Awaiting orders. Shut up.
You can go do something else.
Let's put an end to this show. Pronto.
If you're really incapable, branch and bone bear weeds. Mounds and ruins bloom fields.
And heal that wound in no time.
You want my opinion? Conviction will throw you off.
This hunt has
Now
dragged
the
on
three
for
of
too
them
long.
have her kind of pinned down.
Got it. Cut them to pieces.
You want my opinion? Emotion is meaningless here.
All right. So now, I don't have any additional healers. I probably should have a third medic, which would make things a lot easier, but I mean, I've been relying so much on Shu's skill as far as that goes.
Don't be afraid. And heal that wound in no time.
Come on, Sherry, quasi tesoro.
Probably gonna lose Shu here. Which, if so, it is what it is, but
And what purpose do you think your sacrifice will serve?
I'll be careful. Roger. カンポだって引かない。
She's too freaking strong.
A valiant struggle, but you won't get away.
Oh, wow, wow, wow. Yeah, see, I'm losing like everybody. Yep, nope, I can't beat it there. Another one where I was doing good through the beginning, but
It's okay. I'm fine.
not near the end. Let's see. Let's take a practice run with a backup squad. We're gonna clear the squad. Let's build it the same and then let's adjust some things, first of all.
I won't let you down.
5 Fialas and 2.
Understood, Professor.
Vigil and red. Vigil.
Okay. Let's see if your plan is worthy of my work.
Where you at, red? There you are.
Infiltration successful.
Okay. Lappland and Dagon.
Make Texas the leader.
Is this a mission or a training session?
Shoe and Blemishine.
A day of fine sun and gentle breeze. I hope everyone makes it home safe.
Oh, she's got more HP but less attack, but that's alright.
使命に背きはしない
Xuzier, Telopsis.
Squad combat?
I'm very familiar with that.
New data used to assemble package build.
And Texas.
What do you need?
And Hibiscus.
I won't fail you.
Alright.
Everyone.
So, since the casters kinda, I mean, they did okay, especially Amia, where I wanted her to, but they didn't do a whole lot. Thing is, I could probably use an extra medic over Texas, or over even Red. I liked my setup on the right side with Xuzier and Pookie over there. I liked my setup on both sides, but it's just keeping everybody alive. And putting out the fires, that's a whole other ball game. Shu is excellent in place where she needs to be. Do I have... I have Ling in Elite 2. Maybe I'll try Ling, just out of curiosity. I'm gonna see how she works. We'll try her. I doubt she'll really help.
Bends 1,000
And then
times.
instead of Texas,
A
how about
city
another
lone in
medic?
Desolation, vivid in the mind's eye.
Can be used up to twice in one battle. Let's try Cicero. Okay.
Good. I suppose you've already got a plan.
皆さん、感染源と思われるものには絶対に触らないようにしてくださいね。
Let's put an end to this show. Pronto.
Let me create a diversion.
And what purpose do you think your sacrifice will serve?
Solid positioning.
This hunt has dragged on for too long.
医者ならここに。ここだよ。
I 21. No, not where I wanted her.
And what purpose do you think your sacrifice will serve?
Go hold under her skill. Shh.
For the marching, a war song.
And what purpose do you think your sacrifice will serve?
There we go.
Whoa.
I wasn't supposed to branch and bone bear weeds. Mounds and ruins bloom fields.
Let's put an end to this show. Pronto.
戦場は騒がしいから、父はもっと大きい声でお願い。I'll be careful. Doctor, you heal that wound in no time. Loading complete.
Let's put an end to this show. Pronto.
Why and how?
Professor? Got it. 私ならここに。
This hunt has dragged on for too long. Let's put an end to this show. Pronto.
Professor? How's that? Heaven flip!
Okay, sides are cleared for now.
Doctor, you heal that wound in no time.
For the marching, a war song.
I plant you into the soil to grow anew.
Okay, this is running a little bit differently right now, but I'm still in heavy danger of losing Shu.
As your heart wills.
Oop, yes.
And be as your intoxication wishes.
Yup.
How soon do you want them gone?
And what purpose do you think your sacrifice will serve?
Got rid of the car.
Initiation loading complete.
Professor, this may be a little hot. Follow me. Heaven flip.
Yeah, no, I'm losing this one again. Okay, so this did not work the way I expected it to. Excuse me. I did a little bit of damage to her. That's alright.
A fatal error occurred during the operation. Reboot the system to proceed.
Well, let's collect our stuff here. All right, here we get Puzzle, the operator.
Received personal correspondence from the Duke. I'll be stationed and active aboard under the code name Puzzle. No need to bother investigating me. I've handed you all personal information that's been made public.
Well, gee, thank you. Okay. That's a lot of stuff. What can I get out of here? First of all, let's get this stuff. Furniture's always good. Get these 3 headhunting permits. And then we can snag those. And then we'll have to farm for the rest of the stuff. But, including puzzles token if we want it. But I want to get these things here, definitely. But yeah, I still have 2 days. Huh, I still have 2 days. Okay, cool. I thought it was like a day and a half. So today is technically the 29th. Well, I started recording on the 28th. It's past midnight now. So, we'll come back and continue and try and beat this boss, and then we'll go through all the story stuff. Alright, so, I've been doing some practicing, and I think I have a sound strategy. It worked the last time. I changed out a couple operators here. Now, I did a live stream. I took a break. I had like a day in between when I first recorded. And I did a live stream to celebrate the end of the Hero People So's video creation event. And in the process of that, I ended up pulling Read the Flame Shadow, which was amazing. And I've already bumped her up to Elite 2. She's on the team. I have like a triple medic, double defender strategy going on. We're going to try this. It worked on a practice run, but you guys know how I've talked before about things working in practice and then not working elsewhere. But
Let's go.
It is what it is.
All by storm.
One thing at a time, we will get this working. Okay, so first things first. I changed things up a little bit over here.
Create a diversion.
Let them. He's not going to bother them. I mean, he shoots them a couple times, but that's all right. This guy is going to give him some problem now.
I'll judge for myself. Let's put an end to this show. Pronto.
Your lives are mine to protect.
A valiant struggle, but you won't get away.
All the best.
I'm prepared. Fear not the fire.
Believe I did this first. I think that's where I put. Now I gotta put Texas over here because of these guys, which is okay. Use her for now.
Awaiting orders. You can't stop me.
Shoo.
Breeze, timely rain. Now we sow the grain.
Can you do it? Got
Okay.
it.
Now we pull Texas and we put her out.
Doctor, I can heal that wound in no time.
Okay. Now we're gonna keep this slow.
This hunt has dragged on for too long.
Flesh and bone.
Get that going. Reed will start healing herself here.
Bloom fields.
She's going.
Let's put an end to this show. Pronto.
Initiation. Initiating healing process.
Watch out for fires.
Your lives now ignited.
Activated skills a little too soon, I think, but that's all right. Now, Lappland is hurting right here, but we're going to end up putting Blemishine in that spot. We're going to trade her out here soon and put Blemishine out, but let's let her handle.
Please, come to your senses.
Actually, ooh, I need a reprieve for Texas.
What purpose do you think your sacrifice will serve?
We'll let her take care of this.
Still mulling things over, Dr.
Even though she shouldn't really go there. That's weird how that worked out there.
A valiant struggle.
Okay.
But you
Because
won't
Degenbreaker's going to end up going here very soon. So I'm going to need to kill some time to get her back out, which is fine. Blemishine's here, and she will self-heal, and she's out of the reed bed, which is one thing I was struggling with.
I wasn't supposed to sow the mountains when summer leaves the white dew. Seed the
Let them
plains
handle
when
her.
equinox paints russet hue.
You can attack. We've got 27 seconds for Degenbreaker. We're speeding it up, so... Hold on to Ifiala's skill. Okay, now she's healing up. We'll get Degen out. Wait, I can't put her out. Why can't I?
Doctor? Please, come
You know
here,
what? I think I put her out. We lost her or something here soon. And then I put Degenbreaker out.
Please give your orders, perfect temperature stable.
We lose her here, I believe.
What purpose do you think your sacrifice will serve?
Yeah, see.
You can go do something else.
We just gotta keep this kind of slow right now. Get ready to use Shoe skill as soon as it goes. Boom. Keep everybody healed. Alright.
Seed the plains when equinox
Lappland
paints
is gonna go
russet
here.
hue. Where do you wish to collide?
I just keep using her skill as soon as it's charged, pretty much. I feel like that worked.
Got it.
Okay. 11 enemies. Okay. Keep it up. Keep going. Keep going. See, now we've got a good chunk of damage on her already.
Still manning things over. Still sorting yourself.
Her things are, her barrier's already up. I don't know what the thing is with the barrier. Like, I haven't figured out if that's timing or what that is yet. We might lose Ifiala. We'll see. Yep, we lose her because of that. That's okay. We put another medic out. Use skill.
Where do you wish to go? I am Dublinn. If you're really, I'll plant you into the
Keep
soil
everybody
to
healed
grow
here.
anew.
Keeps Amia here, or not Amia. I guess it is working on Amia, but it's her that I meant to say.
You want more? Conviction will throw you off pace.
Target marked.
All right, so we're on the last one over here. Last one here. Blemishine may need a quick heal.
戦に祈りを心配しないで Everyone believes in me.
We don't need Amia anymore. We got this one, and we just have the boss.
Draw swords.
I'll let Texas out here just to have a little bit of fun. She isn't going to do much, but she didn't do anything the last time, but that's okay.
You want my opinion? Conviction will throw you off pace.
Don't make this harder than it needs to be.
Doggo's doing
And
nothing.
what purpose do you think your sacrifice will serve?
All right, shoo. Here we go! Let's go!
Mission accomplished.
We did it! That actually went a little bit smoother than it did in my practice run. And
Your
that is
logical deduction
it.
was absolutely correct.
That is it for the stages. So all we have left now is the actual story bits. So we will do that next. But I think we'll do that a little bit later. I'm going to take a break because that was just an adrenaline high that I needed to get out of there. But out of curiosity, I think I got the medal for that too. Is this it? Yes! Deployed in the mire no more than 3 times. That is awesome. Let's go. Collect our bonuses here. 3-star rating on that. Let's freaking go. Guess I can farm for Puzzle's token now. All right.
Ciao, Doctor.
Let's go. All right, let's go ahead and do the story portion now. So let's start at the very beginning, and we'll go through each story bit for the stage. Since I've already done the initial, done all the stage playthroughs themselves, now we can just kind of focus on story. 8 years ago, 1090, County Oak Grove. Your lordship, more than a paucity, are inquiring after you, wondering what our planned next move will be. Our repertoire has been a massive success, all thanks to your backing. The Taran's own theater and the Taran's own history. 200 strong came to see the premiere, and were they overjoyed. Now we can pursue joint partnership in a few factories on Baron McEnany's estate, or we can accept this offer of alliance with a number of bankers. Leave these topics for after the soiree, Sir Perth. Or have a typist make the arrangements in your stead, and they won't make much mess of it. We should talk tonight of the freshly concluded performance, and of Taran culture. Forget all of that Victorian long-windedness and flattery. Everyone, all this status and etiquette, this daintiness and diction, this respectable vocabulary we rely on to exchange thoughts. We were all taught all of it by the Victorians. They're the same as Victorians' machines saddling the Taran's hearts with contemporary ills. Time was we only knew our natural highness and valor, and the blood we inherit from King Gael would stir without rest at the call of battle. But now we've been trained into Victorians' guile and vanity, to the point where faced with a true and genuine undertaking, a rally to an ideal, many may only play it as a game in their own interest. It is not solely us either. It goes for the everyday Taran citizen we so often meet in the streets. Since being contaminated by Victorians' vice, they have become oropathics and become rascals, ruffians. Very well said, my lord. Broken. I'm sorry, I accidentally broke my wine glass. It seems your glass wished to interject. I'd like to ask your lordship's opinion on something. Pardon my memory, but who might you be? Williams, the bard, writer of that play that happened tonight. But you don't need to go to the trouble of remembering my name. I can't say I've made much contribution to the literary circles. Hardly, Mr. Williams. As I've said, I most detest the Victorians' long-windedness. Ask away. You've likened the Tarans to a diseased people. How should we heal ourselves, in your view, then? How should we save fellow Tarans from the brink? I fear no matter how hard we strive, we cannot cure the blight core to us, just as muddied water cannot clean itself. So you say it's beyond us to save them, the rascals, the ruffians. You don't believe they simply lack for knowledge, education, that the power to help them lives in our pens? Too fine an intellect is exactly what our enemy is. Of course, we write, we rally, we dream of the ideal nation of Tara. We try to rouse the memories of it sleeping in our blood. But you and I will have to be the ones to stay behind in these olden days. You see, I very much enjoy your works, and yet we're forced to use the Victorian language. I laid down now my soldier's honor here, so that in a time the soil of Tara need no longer be soaked in carmine blood, and Draco cross no swords with Draco kin. Be that unless a day comes, whereupon Red Dragon's flame would lead all those that fell, our fighters from the forge, to be reborn. As much as I'm flattered, it's all a simple record of the folk ballads. The most I did was add some metered polish. No, I'm just thinking. It's no sure thing that Tara will never have another Red Dragon. After all, none of us have ever seen a Draco before. How would we tell if whoever passes by us isn't actually a voiver? Excuse me. Ooh, that's beautiful artwork. 1098. Village of Redridge. Scathana Fields. Read. Found them. It was these two mucking about in the streets. Sound of the window breaking must have been their doing. Hey, settle down, you two, or else it's not your wrists the rope goes around next time. Spit. Wait, come on, stop being vile now. I'm sorry, officers, it was our fault. Is that the wanted lot, the ones rubbing up with Dublinn? One of them's wanted, the other I've never seen. Heh, I knew these Tarans would all be in on it. Bloody good-for-nothings. Hey, please don't do anything, I beg you. This is all we had on us. You searched us and all. Ask us anything you want. We'll explain. We will. Shut up. What are your pals up to, eh? Where'd they go? Are they off gossiping info on Dublinn? I don't know. Honestly, I don't. We don't even have any pals. We never met anyone from Dublinn before. And you just want some people to beat to death. Give yourself something to report to your noble brass. You bloody Victorian scumbags! Keeping mum, are you? Take them inside. Don't let these ballsacks make their racket on the street. They'll wake the rest of us up. Question the one with the bag first. If he's honest, he could suffer a little less. I'm honest. I'm an honest person, I swear. I don't know a thing. Hold on, Captain. I think there's more nearby. There's... What's Bag Boy shouting about? Fire! Shut up! Don't try and cover for your friends. No, but there's a fire off behind you! It's the warehouse! Bloody Nora! I want the word out to Team 1. Prioritize firefighting! Did they dump us and go? Fionn, come on, undo my ropes here. How? I'm tied up too! Who are you? Let's go, quick. I'm sorry you had to run with us. You've got nothing to do with this. It's fine. We shook them off. Hey, Fionn, the radio. Right, here. Should still be usable, just a little quiet. Quiet's good. Keeps us from being found. You listen for any word. I'll go wash my face at the pond. Try and calm down. Excuse me, Voiver. You could go if it's dangerous to you. I'll point you on your way. No need. I can wait here and keep watch for you. All right, thank you. You're a good one, truly. He's got an umbrella. Deep breath. No nerves, Fionn. No nerves. Out of sight, out of mind. You didn't touch blood. It is not blood. It's just marshy mud. Wash it off and it'll be fine. Bollocks! Hey! You swear this stupid thing still works? Shush! God's sakes! Those army lot can't be far away. Give it a few more knocks, then crank it. Approximately 9:30 p.m. There! A case of arson in a settlement close to the County Trent. Methods resemble those of the Dublin insurrectionists. The 3 suspected are still on the run. Should clues on Dublin elements not report them to the authorities, considered equally guilty as these rebels. I warn you once again, the lights out bell. You are not to go outside. All areas apart from mines and factories are forbidden from lighting any lamps whatsoever. Put a stop. All activities related to these insurgents. Diabol. I think that's how you say that. They really broadcast nothing else past 9 p.m. What are these bloody rules and I'm day? Sorry, that's a foul tongue for Taran. Could you understand that? Yes, but that's fine. No, still, I'm sorry for dragging an outsider like you into this. It's okay, Tarans are the same, no matter where they are. I once visited the Scathana Fields myself, but they didn't have rules about lights out back then. Oh, I'm guessing you're from a nomadic city then. Bell ringing as law has been around for years. It used to just be out in the barrens to mind whoever tried sneaking into whatever count or viscount's hunting grounds at dead midnight. Bell rings, we snuff the lamps, and fires go out too. If someone in the Baron lights a fire to herd beasts at this hour, you could see it clear as day from miles and miles away. But muck-ups like today only happen once the new rules got stricter. Those night patrol tossers see anyone in the street and they snatch them. There, Fionn, calm down. Suppose so. Where's our medicine? Are we all out? Take a guess. Shame about my fountain pen. Can't even note my own debts now. Stealing is what we're doing. Do you think you have to make up for it with what you've got? How many days have we been outdoors now? If it's not midnight yet, then it's day 12 for us. Alright, 12 days and we've barely gotten far. I keep thinking, if only it'd be clear up. If only it'd clear up, I might see chimney smoke or something from a village. We've just been hounded by the army, chased around in circles here. Be honest, do you really think we can make it out? What happened with you two? We had a little confrontation with the patrol. They sent a warrant out for us. Fionn! Let me talk, Fergal. I can feel this lady's a good person. When the patrol came here to make the arrests, they summoned everyone who had a record, and then they started with the beatings, so we fought back. You didn't, Fionn. Don't give yourself credit. Ugh, okay. We hadn't done all that bad, really. Truth told, one family ran after they couldn't pay due taxes, so the patrol was dragging all their relatives in by the scruff of their questioning. By the scruff for questioning. Fergal was brewing a little moonshine just for himself, and I'd missed some formalities while selling stuff. We'd always owned up properly, too. Whatever it was, it all got too much that day. It wasn't just us two who scarpered once the patrol started beating. It's 10 or so of us, all summoned that day by the army. We all ran at once. But if the army wants someone, there's no escaping it. That lot won't change their tune, just because someone's word says they're innocent. You ended up killing someone. Yeah, we did 2 of them in. Got one straight off with a hoe. Well... Phrasing. Got one straight off with a hoe while they weren't on guard. The other we laid low in the whole scuffle. Shame we let the third one do a runner, or else the army'd never know about what we did. Hey, we wouldn't be in such a miserable spot if we'd had one night more of a head start. Fergal, you think we could give ourselves up to them? I could do it alone, even. Just can't stand these days on the run anymore. We didn't even nab the medicine. Oren's cut's just festering away, and he's... I can't take it. I can't. You dropped the bloody idea. You think they're making it easy on you? You think they'd make it easy on you? Bloody wouldn't. They'd torture you first. Crush your spirits. 2 minutes with someone like you, and they'd get everything about us pouring out. Look, we've got no meds. Torture by sickness. That's torture all the same, yeah? Are you short of medicine? We were sent out to rustle up some more, I'll say. They're waiting for us, a decent ways back somewhere. We were here planning to buy it, honestly. But we knew in our heads all the shops shut the moment lights out sounded. All the shops had shut the moment lights out sounded. Okay. We'd never make it in time beforehand. So we got the rough idea when the patrol changes shifts. We smashed through a shop window. I thought they wouldn't notice around then. God. Guessing you're from the city. What's got you out in this desolate place? I'm searching for some things. Do you know about Dublinn? Yes, I understand. I have some anti-hemorrhagics and bandages on me, actually. Mr. Fionn, I saw you were hurt. We should sort that out. Oh, you noticed? It's nothing big, really. But if you're willing to share a bit of medicals with me, that'd be fair play. Our mates are hurt far worse. I'd bring them to them if that's okay. They got bit by gloom pincers. In that case, I can go with you. That way! We have footprints in the mud leading that way! It's the Taran rabble behind the arson. They're around here, no doubt. Quick, hide! It's a whole unit, 6 people. They're shining their torches this way. Quick, bend down, come this way. It's solid ground here. It's all right. Those soldiers won't dare to move too fast through the marsh. Shh. Fionn, I can hear your teeth chattering. A torch flashes over them. Reed grips her spear tight, the metal warming hotter and hotter. Ooh, it's cool looking. What a shite! How come you lot got torches? Pisses me off just seeing you. Dublinn! Get her, she's got info, no doubt. Get me? You're codding me. What are you slinging mud for? Come on, Fionn, we've got to help her. Don't be a coward. All right, okay. Ha! Couple of fresh boys don't take much to sort out. Hey, Fionn, Fergal! You made a right Hames here, didn't you? Would have kicked the bucket if I didn't come looking, no? No, yeah. Saved our skins, all thanks to you. I told you, see? All this smashing and looting business might be beyond me. Wait, what are you doing, Selman? It's enough to knock them out? You're going to kill them all? Are we going to be more guilty for that? Same difference. Doesn't matter how guilty if they're after a Taran. You get taken in, you're not coming out alive. It makes a difference in my head. Coward. You watch. I'm gonna do all these Victoria bastards right and... Stop. Don't do that. And who do you think you are? Huh. What's the staring for? Gonna be a tattletale? Just you try. Tattle? No, you're not even part of Dublinn. Why are you dressed like that? Why are you copying the Spectre Force's methods? And on what basis do you claim that? You some Dublin know-it-all? Calm down now, Selman. She's just a doctor. She was doing a run-in with us just now. I think she's a good soul. I told her all about us. Right, Doctor, what you said about taking a look at our wounded, is that still valid? Selman, honest, you need to cool it. We mucked it all up. We didn't get the medicine. This kind doctor says she can help us, so that's all we can rely on now. Leave me out of this. Seems this doctor here recognizes my clothes. I'm sorry, I'm not a doctor, but I still want to try to help you out. Okay, that's our initial. There's tutorial, and now we have the before and after story for SC1. Let's do before. Leave your account book alone already. What, gonna wait a few days and then go selling stuff out of your boot again? No, that's never happening. But just whenever I do something shameful, I feel the need to make a note. The doctor's a smart sort. She knew how you'd gotten hurt on the first blush, even. The first blush, even. If she's not blaming you, that's because she forgives you. But she said she wasn't a doctor. She just learned a little first aid working someplace where they sell medicine. That's just how she led us through treating our wounds. How do you know she's telling the truth? If you ask me, she's not your normal doctor, no, but there's no chance she's just some pharmacy worker. She had a full suite of medicine with her, out here in the wastes. That's strange. Oh, yeah, and did you see what she had in that box of hers? You're a business type. Got a guess on how much it was worth? I didn't look properly. You can't be thinking of stealing luggage from the person who saved us. No, I'm just asking. Got any more bread there? Not much. Give me a little, for God's sakes. Doctor. No, sorry. I know you don't like being called that. You want some bread? No, thank you. What are you reading there? It's just an old Taran poetry collection. Oh, it's in Taran. I never knew much Taran, see? Even less so when it's written, I suppose. If you want to sit down here, I won't mind. All right, actually, I've been meaning to thank you for last night. All I did was give you some medicine. There are things I ought to do, cleaning wounds, bandaging, but I still can't do them that well. That's fine. I didn't even dare touch the wounds myself, scared the living daylights. What I wanted to say was, if you hadn't set that fire off, we might never have escaped. Fire? No, the fire wasn't me. I was just passing by. Okay, if you say so, then it must have been a coincidence. Dublinn, my arse. Those army lot'll call anyone who disobeys them Dublinn. We're a lost cause, but good people like you shouldn't have to bear such heavy guilt. Do you hate Dublinn very much? I couldn't say. I'll give you a word of warning. Seeing as you're from the city, for the past while, Dublin's people have been around these parts. I hear they ran into one lot of Victoria's army, and not a single one of those Victorians survived. That upset the lords of the city fierce, so they transferred in a whole lot of soldiers to Trent, seizing people all over the Scathana fields. Burned several villages down, too. You really shouldn't have saved us, truth be told. We're not worth it. If I don't care for other people's lives, then I won't have achieved what I agreed with Rhodes Island. Sorry, you're talking a little too quiet, actually. No, it's nothing. I'm already aware of some of what you've told me. I'll be careful on the way. You're going now? It's day now. I won't need you to show me the way. All right. I understand. Taran's like your sort, speaking Victorian so finely. I know you don't like to talk with us much. Hey, you seen Taran? Woman about this tall, swings all around when she walks. No? Could you look around for her around these parts then, Doctor? She hasn't come back since last night. Selman, what's got you so... Ah, Fionn, come on here and help us out. Chen and bagpipe. Ooh, look at that outfit on Chen. Damn. Why is that not a skin? Damn. Looks good on her. Anyways. Oh, we've got signal here. Doesn't that mean we went the wrong direction again? Looks like it. The comms facilities around here haven't been destroyed, which indicates they haven't advanced upon these parts. Any word from Rhodes Island then? I'm not even going to try and do Bagpipe's accent. I'm terrible with the Scottish accent. I'm not good with that, so I'm not even going to try. Sorry. Maybe in the future we'll do some accent classes or I'll do some accent practice and learn some things like that a little bit better, but I will embarrass myself, and anyone who might be Scottish might just really look at me and be like, you're bloody terrible. See, I have no idea if that's probably a little slip of British or something. Damn Victorians. Anyways. Basically, the same as what the news says. Arson committed by a small group of Dublin soldiers in Redridge Village last night, burning down a building in the barracks. But said soldiers don't seem to have fled into these barrens. The rest is all invalid info. It just so happens every nomadic city been far from these barrens for the past month. Our field operators haven't reported anything unusual. While we've only seen what mark the battles have left behind, we can't even determine the scale of those battles from it. We can only tell one thing. There was a massive disparity between the two sides of power. It seems they made short work of that whole unit of Victorian soldiers. Bagpipe, are you listening? Eh? Your parts are installed in the wrong orientations. I can tell you're getting distracted again. Wow, Chen Chen. I didn't know you knew pile driver spear assembly too. It took me forever studying to actually remember how you maintain one. I never fully got my head around the assembly. I was just thinking, why does Hughes always sound like somebody else in his letters? I don't know. I know it doesn't make much sense bringing it up, but that's fine. I've always trusted your intuition to be on the mark. You feel like there's always something he wants to say, but doesn't dare to. Just like how last time we went to see him, it was like he was being watched. Aye, that's exactly it. That proves we're not on the wrong track. The intel Hughes gave us was accurate. Accurate enough so to put the enemy on guard. The army can hide their march route, but there's some leaked hint of how raw materials are flowing for war purposes. Over the past few months, the few Dublin units we've marked have all converged on this area. The outer parts of Trent, this uninhabited zone? Chen Chen, you look like you've seen it. 3 o'clock. Dublin soldier. Same dress as back in County Hillock. It's the Spectre Force. Come on, after them. Wait, Bagpipe, there's something very strange about them. Oh, there's just a few of them. It's like they're standing guard. Are they bait? No, not necessarily. They're reminding me of some things that happened in Lungman. Don't underestimate them. We'll approach carefully. Things that happen in Lungman. The black coats? All right, we'll do the after. What's going on with these soldiers? Oh, the dead ones. They go down without putting up a proper fight, and they don't even react to us yelling. They're already dead. They've been dead for over 48 hours, so she's thinking of Mephisto's soldiers, his zombification. Chen Chen, I know you're a copper. You're not mistaken when you see things, but these people were clearly standing before we knocked them down, right? I saw a kind of arts among Reunion's ranks that could control other people. but this and that don't resemble each other. If Rhodes Island's goddess was here, she might be able to feel out the difference better than me. That kind of art's refuted emotion and thought. It took living Sarkaz warriors and wore them down into walking weapons. But these Dublinn soldiers are dead without a doubt. There's just some intense emotion that's still burning in them even after they've died. Burning? It's just a feeling. If this art's had a definite form, if I used my Chi-Shao to cut through it, I'd imagine I'd be cutting through a fireball. Wait, I've seen... purple flames. Strange purple flames burning in the eyes of dead soldiers. I saw the arts you're describing back in County Hillock. I haven't seen it since, not once all this time. Chen, we're almost there, aren't we? That caster leading the Spectre Force in County Hillock, she's gotta be somewhere around here. I'll never forget how she looked. I'm dead sure I'll recognize her if I see her again, and when I do, I can find out the truth about Dublinn. Right. Come on then, we need to keep asking around. Villagers, maybe caravans who have passed by. We'll find them, even if they're not the Spectres for real. Phew. Patrol came brutally fast. It's lucky we've got good eyes on us. Huh, you think those Victorian idiots say hello before they come snatching? You lot move ahead. I'll take a proper count. Been worried we left somebody behind in all that panic just now. Oh, that's right. Where's the doctor? Did nobody fetch her? Didn't she say she was off by herself this morning? I'm not minding her business. Besides, it's not going to be an issue if a Vicky soldier nabs her, right? She's not wanted. Look, she is. We got her involved in all this last night. It was dark out and the soldiers probably didn't catch her face properly, but how many Voiver have you ever seen around here? Well, if you can't help her, what's the point dossing about fretting the whole day? Wait, hold on. Chiron's here. Selman, you did that on purpose. You lied to her saying we'd lost track of a friend and she could go looking. Why? She was kind enough to save us and share us some medicine, and you just left her for the army lot to snap up. You don't get it. We leave her behind to attract attention, and that gives us a safe getaway for the time being. And she won't say much vital even if she's caught. She doesn't even know which way we're going, let alone the fact we're looking for Dublinn. But she could die. Yeah, she went off alone. She'll run into the patrol sooner or later. We should have taken all her luggage while we had the chance. Wouldn't fall into the Victorian scumbags' hands, at least. It was her choice, Fionn. Did you not see her face when she saw me? She knew Dublinn. She had no kindness for it, and she spoke standard Victorian. Her sort hate us more than real Victorians do. I can't swallow that, Selman. I trust my intuition of people. Relax, madam. I'm not familiar with what's going on here. I know, you're not a Dublinn ally. You just panicked for a bit and got mixed up with those insurrectionists. You've killed Dublins. You understood that. We're not mistaken then. There's a few Voiver around these parts who know Taran. The way that she just kind of was like all surprised, that was kind of funny. Weird. I wonder what, if she really has. But anyways, where did that Dublinn soldier take you lot last night? No, they're not Dublinn, and they don't have anything to do with Dublinn either. And I've never killed anyone from Dublinn before. You've gotten something wrong. You can be honest here. You won't pay for it, so you don't need to fear it. The land around here has been under strict surveillance by the barracks. The Marquess of Trent has no plans to dither like some nobility has, letting Dublinn stir up flames all over the place. That's why we couldn't even tell who you were. Residents of a different village close to Trent's Cityway reported news of Dublinn to the barracks a few days ago. But those Dublinn soldiers before they could attack the village were all felled by a white-haired Voiver. Would we be able to turn on the tap, so to speak? We'd like to query your identity, motive, as well as last night's arson, which held similarities to Dublinn M.O. Hold it, are you trying to flee? Stop her, this Voiver is scared of going on record. There's something afoot with her. She broke my saber. What kind of strength does she... I've told you everything I can tell you. Let me leave. It'll be best for us. You must be of a kind with those wretches, if you're so protective of them. Bumptious rabble, the lot of you. Fire! A few bolts aren't enough to kill a Voiver. Suppress her first. She just dodged everything. Why do you hate them so much? You're a Taran yourself. Shut up! You are not to address me with that word. So anyone who spoke Taran since childhood is a Taran? I certainly never heard of the Taran people when I was young. If you're the one who repelled those Dublins, you should get it for your head. You should get it into your head that Taran is just an excuse of a moniker these bandits use to destroy the Order. And once you do, you draw a clean line between yourself and them. It was the erosion of the Tarans by Victoria's vain stylings that led so many to fall to banditry. A mentor told me this many years ago. I'm sorry. You're hesitating. You're scared of even stabbing people with your pike there. Are you looking down on me? Is that it? It was because in an instant they'd become ash upon the barons. Go, Lofshini. If you don't want what you do to be discovered, then the best way is to dispose of all eyewitnesses. The leader. Okay. No, I wouldn't do that. Captain! Retreat with the captain! Report this upstairs, request backup! It's okay. They won't catch up to me. I'll be leaving this place very soon. I know the speed at which the Victorian army mobilizes. This is far from wrong to do. Who's there? She thrusts her spear forth in vigilance. Its point hovers over some shrubbery. It's me. It's me. I'm not going to hurt you. He went after her, and he found her. Harmony. Yes, I'm very well aware the County Trent won't be changing its entire course just for a single order, which is why we're willing to push back the delivery date and wait for the nomadic city to come closer. Of course, only mines with royal approval could provide originium fuel of such high purity, hence my being so very thankful for the Marquess of Trent's friendly attitude to us. I imagine we're all very happy with this business partnership. Your secretary is left with the signed contract, Mr. Hughes. We'll deliver it back to the office. Please, I ask you to trust him to properly handle such a vital agreement. No. I don't mean to doubt his management abilities, but rather, doesn't this imply you have more pressing matters to discuss with me personally than the contract? After all, you did choose this secluded little getaway and dismiss your servants too. Quite right, it's no surprise you surmise, I had all these arrangements laid out specifically to convey my good faith to you. My wish is that our ensuing conversation will be founded on our mutual friendship from our time studying at the Royal Guard together. Shh. How funny you should remember that name. Well, you do know how famous she was at the ball. Oh my, does it make sense that her type could topple over and not get up while dead drunk in some godforsaken place? Yes, I trust the vast majority have forgotten all about her, whether it was a true accident or some other party's orchestration. Everyone knew not to stick their noses into it. I much thank you for so lavishly feigning surprise. My surprise happens to contain a kernel of sincerity. Bringing up a name vanished from the school, a name with no record anywhere in Victoria of existing. You're practically bidding specters to come. You're not wrong. Then let me be bold. Why, may I ask, did you contact me of your own accord? I'm no more than a minor aristocrat making minor deals with all the mercantile breadth. I couldn't do anything about the info you've hinted at. Misinformant, are you looking to circumvent your higher-ups to please your own swollen ambitions, or are you? If you made full sense of this conversation, it wouldn't do me any favors playing the fool, would it? The gist of it is, I'm here specifically, given our previous time studying at the Royal Guard, to offer you, and the two you've been searching for the Spectre Force this whole time, the two who have been searching for the Spectre Force this time, a little warning. You knew? Yes, of course. I knew they came to see you. Plus that you helped them pursue a batch of originium products shipped to County Hillock half a year ago. Some people would say you've let slip a little too much. I understand how sensitive your position is and how multifaceted your responsibilities. Rest assured, I would absolutely never leak any of this classified information to anyone. As for those two rash students of mine, I'll give them a tact warning to quit while they're ahead. And I'll leave your staff a little head start on their investigation into your order's whereabouts. I appreciate your kindness, but being the paltry merchant I am, I fear I shouldn't be privy to too much. No, please, drop the humbleness. After all, you're the vice chair of your commerce coalition. I'd think the Earl that backs you would have would very much care about any info you gathered doing business. Is the Iron Duke really so worth depending on, given his sheer silence up to now? You know, it's about time he decided where he stood. Harmony, you're not telling me you're Victoria's... No, just who are you serving? Mr. Hughes, I'd be very happy to receive the contents of your next... our next contract from you sooner rather than later. Sorry. Really, I'm not here to hurt you. Please don't touch me. I couldn't will myself to come out just now. Sorry I didn't help you. What am I on about? You're good enough with your spear there to knock a soldier out in a swing or two, hardly needing anyone to help you. You should have withdrawn by now. Okay, you guessed as much. So did they leave you behind too? They shouldn't. They wouldn't. You can't fight. You'd get caught. But you're a traitor here. You know so many people. If they treat you unjustly, you have too many methods you could retaliate with. No, I was actually running back to bring you along so you could flee with us. I know I'm a little late for that, but I was feeling guilty and scared of running into the army, and I just kept arguing with myself, and now I'm late. It's a good thing you can fight, at least. The army can't get their hands on you. Ma'am, say something. You're frightening me. You really are. I am? Why? I really don't know how to apologize to you in a way that makes it better. Honestly, they're a kind bunch usually. It just felt like it's just life these days has driven us mad. You don't need to say anything. It's fine. I don't mind. Think of me like reeds growing on the roadside. I won't poison you or crush you. At most, you'll feel a little stinging from me. Who would mind such a white lie? You say that with your hurt written all over your face. Do I look that hurt? You don't need to worry about me, but you do need to flee quickly. After last night's fire, the army will be sure to transfer more people from the city and to search the wilds here. Right, of course. There's one more thing, actually. It's a little hard for me to say. I know you're telling us to run, but for the past dozen or so days, we've been hounded by the army this way, and that, like beasts in a hunting ground, just going in circles over the wastes. We can't shake them. So if I could ask one more favor, please help us. Escort us on our journey so we can catch the carrier truck that saves our lives. All right, FC2 before. Fisher, urgent correspondence from the Viscount. Fisher? Oi, pondering some questions for the ages again? Apologies. Well, your mind has gone walkies taking in your jigsaw puzzle. That Harmony feline has been continuing to act without pause right here in County Trent. I assure you, my mind has not wandered, and surveillance of her has not slackened an inch. The way you act tells me the investigation's not made much headway. In surveillance during this stretch proves she's still loyal to her duty to Victoria. I'll be happier than if we catch a traitor. I've never seen you happy, period. After the failure of the last op, I thought I wouldn't see you in this office again. Don't put it that way. The op itself wasn't a failure. And your results from the hospital? Acute infection, active originium shards abundant in wounds. Of course, my condition is under control now, I assure. The occasional headaches will not impact my activities. That said, I haven't reported a diagnosis to the superiors yet. I consider myself as still able to assume the investigation into Harmony. Not to mention, nobody would want to take over the scraps of info to this region. There's a true goal behind these smoke bombs, and I have a duty to find it out. And I assure I will maintain a distance from all others during this period. With my experience handling emergency situations, you didn't even need to add that last part. We at the Special Forces will continue supporting your investigation as long as the City Hall still lets you in. Not going to say thanks? Never mind that, I'm just cracking a joke, trying to untense your muscles for once. Find some time to read the Viscount's letter, remember. An invitation card. I see. Beautiful. Listen to you. Where are you going to take us? We can't keep wandering in these wastes anymore. There's no settlements along the way you're pointing us. You can forget picking berries in a place as lifeless as this, let alone hunting wild beasts, and besides, you don't know if the rain's going to pelt us with stones one day. No catastrophe messenger ever heads through here. I know exactly how many days it takes to cross the marsh. Food-wise, we plunder a Victorian caravan and job's done. Oh, and that doctor's got enough medicine for us. She's not a doctor, and she's headed to a town herself. We agreed she'd part ways after escorting us to one, even. What do you take her for, a personal first aid kit? Everyone's got to throw everything they've got in with you, lives included, all because you want to be a little selfish, yeah? Am I wrong? Shut up, Fionn. If you've got a problem, why don't you go off yourself? You think you can handle that? Cowards don't survive. Selman. Oh, Reed. You know how much I hate your nickname. It's like rocks and mud all over the ground. I don't even know if I'm talking to you or the grass we walk by. I heard you two arguing. I have to tell you something. We can't go to Tula Village. The airwaves just said the army suspects 2 factories there of secretly producing supplies for Dublin. They drove out a bunch of people. A whole clash sparked off. We'll keep heading that direction for now. Forget catching the carrier. We'll probably get seized the moment we approach the village. It's a miracle we got someone so capable to help us. Just barely made it out there. You say that like you'll flag down a carrier and the good days will come. Escape from a factory into a mine somewhere else until one lucky day a truck takes you somewhere other than Tara. You think that'll be a cakewalk? I know a lot who've fled that way. You saw them leave, that's all, because their village went up in smoke, because they couldn't put crops in any wasteland around. That's why they left. And you don't even know where they finished up, or if they did it alive or dead. And do you even know where Tara is, or how far you go before you've escaped? They've never shown that's on a map. Let's see, what did that say? They've never shown that on a map. Stop trying to scare me with all these big questions. Does it make you right just because I can't answer? Forget it. I'll go talk with an old acquaintance here about borrowing some dry rations. It's like all that blabbing you do is just going to conjure up enough food to feed the dozen of us tomorrow. He's very hurt. No shit. He doesn't like telling lies, but he's got to come up with some porkies if he wants to borrow stuff. I'll be back. I can repay you, things like that. I'll go and help him. You talk too much like those Victorian officers from other parts. They won't trust you. Or are you just that good at lying? I just don't like having to rob others. And I don't like your selfishness either. It's the greatest lie of them all. Reed just so casually calls her out on her shit. She's just like, nope. I don't like you. You're sure your friend said he saw Dublin around here? Why else wouldn't we be passing through here? Word spread along all the caravans. Everyone's opting to go the long way around just to avoid this belt. We wouldn't even have come here if you hadn't vowed so solemnly we'd be fine. But we're almost to your destination and we haven't seen a thing yet. It did happen some days ago. There's a chance they're further off by now. What I heard was Dublin were scrambling on their way. So much that they never even turned to look properly at my friend's caravan. Ooh. I'm getting nasally right now for some reason. Oh, how many heads did he count? Which direction were they off in? That way, off into uninhabited wastes. As for how many, he said he couldn't count properly, and didn't dare to either. I've got no reason to lie to you, madams. We've got nothing to fear at all, save those armed Dublin bastards and your average Taran hoodlums. Poor places are always crawling with bandits or what have you. We have security measures in place, I can guarantee you that. By the time we found out County Oak Grove was migrating far and us caravans that have to alter course through here, I'd have already spent a hefty sum arming and armoring my people. Hold on a minute, Chen, look over there. Huh? There's someone dressed a lot like Dublin there. More of the dead. Fia, I tell you. That new tax ordinance they just announced, it's murder. None of us were so hard up in times before. Fionn, foreign madam, I'd love to help you, but I'm living on pennies these days too, and you can laugh if you want. On the one hand, you want to feed a dozen or so a meal each, and that's not nothing. On the other hand, you've got all these people with working limbs and working energy. You're best off coming up with your own solution. You know they've been sounding lights out for years on the Scathana fields, exactly to hold off the starving, to stop us squealing some noble's prey, right? Faff! Who gives a toss about rules when you're starving for real? If you're just counting purely on others to help your need, I say you were born eating your head off. No, never. They're all law-abiders. Come on, that's why I'm even asking for a bite to eat on their behalf. Maybe I can do you something if you've got collateral. Sorry, Fionn, but verbal guarantees don't do no use now. A book? That's not gonna do it, madam. Not sure I'd even trust this to prop up my bed. Hello, is anyone in? Is that? Don't answer. That sick woman's here begging again. Does me in. You open the door for her, she'll be leaning on the frame, talking your head off for an hour straight. Leaning on the frame, she's an infected. I'm scared she's gonna have my house's doorframe growing stones. Faff and all, those bloody beggars. I thought last winter might well have starved them to death. Shame they caught ill, but who asked them to loiter all over pestering people? One sec, though, that voice. No, it can't be, but I wouldn't mistake it. Fionn, do you recognize her? I don't know. Better not peek from the window. Those are sounds of fighting. Is somebody driving those infected away? No, it's from the highway outside the village. Oh god, see what I said? That's what starving people do. They start bashing other people in with hoes. Okay then. Stop waiting! We doss around anymore and the caravan's gonna pass us. I'm willing to bet Fionn's not getting us food this time. Laughing-stocking makes himself asking and asking. Doesn't even realize it. Those Victorians sneer at us day in, day out. What's a single bit of robbery to us? Or them? Weren't we gonna join Dublinn and fight the Victorians anyways? But Reed might get angry with us doing something like this. Let her. Shh. Shouldn't we loot while we still have the energy to fight people? We want to wait until our heads are spinning before we do it. And this is the first caravan we've seen in all these days. Who knows when the next chance will come? Then maybe if we convince Reed to spring them with us, then at least our chances of winning are a little better. Enough! Stop bringing her up! What we're doing has nothing to do with her. Are you going to count on her, a foreigner, saving us forever? Move! We're doing this! Uh-oh. Okay, now we do the after. You goddamn Tarans! Hell's bloody bells! Cut 'em down! Teach 'em a little lesson. Let 'em know never to lay their hands on other people's stuff again. Right you are. Let's teach the Tarans a lesson. You hear that, you bloody rabble? My arm! You want to put us Tarans to death? Ha ha! Get them! We'll bash these bloody business doers in. We'll see who it is who dies. Fall back! What are you using the sheath for? I paid you in cash. Shape up and act proper. The scabbard's enough. If you try anything else, I'll hold you off too. Besides, Bagpipe and I are just traveling with you. We're not your hired guards. Don't get it twisted. You're monsters! You and that loon with the spear! Looks like what we heard before was true. Your average caravans don't dare cross through here. So you're the leader. Your clothes are an eyesore. Quick, Miss Chen, we're moving! Ha! Scared all of a sudden? Thought you were going to teach the Tarans a lesson. Dublinn! Spectre Force! You goddamn maniacs! They were right. You run into those specters anywhere where Tarans are. That's right. You don't even need to piss us off. Just catch sight of us and you'll be slaughtered to a man. Slaughtered to a man. Really? After pursuing the Spectre Force with my friend for this long, I've gotten an idea of how they should seem. Ma'am, take your caravan out of here as fast as possible. Bagpipe and I will hold the bandits off. We'll pursue the Dublin forces afterwards on our own. We won't be troubling you again. Fine. Damn it all! Still feel like chasing. Hey, Selman! The pack us something. We need to catch the bastards and do them in. Forget the bloody supplies. If they scarp her, they'll report it to the police and then the army tossers. You think I'm too thick to figure that out? You're fully aware the force you're packing can't overcome my sword. That's why just now you tried to bluff or to scare us off. So what do we do now? You've got some plan, right? No wonder you keep wearing this outfit, even with all the risk it brings you. You want to be this group's leader. I only gave you a light knock. Your head will be spinning for a bit, that's all. I've tested it plenty while saving hostages. I wouldn't mess it up. Oh, you're out. Did I use too much strength? Or have you lot not eaten for days, really? I'm sorry, but, well, it's not right to loot either. You're not springing me. Ooh, the instant the pike comes out behind her, Bagpipe instinctively blocks. Both sides fall a step back. After seeing who it is, Bagpipe's eyes widen. Reed! Are your wounds okay? Are you all right? What are you doing out here? Wait, you're part of this robbery too? I can't just let you go then. No, I wasn't in time to stop them. But regardless, I don't want them to be hurt, and I don't want them to be captured either. Oh, Then we're here on about the same mission. No need to eye me that carefully now. Whether a Victorian serviceman or a Rhodes Island operator, we can't be harming civilians. Me and Chen were here to mediate and all. I say that, but I'm sorry, I think my strength is a little much for the average folk. How's about I help you carry the unconscious someplace shady to rest? Were they headed for this village? Please, I beg you, leave. The conflict is diffused. Say it all you like, I'm still going to help. You've got something on your mind from the looks of it now? Ah, alright, still not keen on speaking then. They never let me visit you at Rhodes Island, and didn't tell me why either. Best I could guess was you didn't want to be reminded of County Hillock. So what are you doing out in these parts? And also, you look like you've been lost in the Barrens for days now. What's your mission even? Want me and Chen to come with you? Oh, there's just so much I want to ask you. My brain's going haywire. No, it's all right. I just happened to be invited by these people to escort them. In the past, I'd operate alone in the country for very long stretches. The dangers of the wild don't mean much to me. And also, I'm not here on a mission for Rhodes Island. I'm pursuing some things related to Dublinn. No wonder. Me and Chen are doing the same. That's why we ran into each other. And you were so wounded back in County Hillock. Dublinn must weigh like nothing else on you too. There was a person in Dublinn who changed my fate, so I want to see if I can still recover something from there. Whether it relieves the pain they bring or brings peace to myself. That's amazing. We were coming this way with the caravan looking for a Dublinn unit who'd shown up here in recent. Don't know why, but when I saw you, that gave me shock of my life. Thank goodness you lot in Dublinn aren't tied up. Say, I'll go have a talk with Chen and we'll postpone the mission a few days. I bet she's just as willing to help these people out. How many people did I just now have shadowing me as I entered this parlor? Take a guess. I have no interest in the act you put on in the midst of the Victorians and Tarans. Then I really should thank you for the pains you took, rushing here to County Trent and drawing all the attention. I thought you'd spend a lot longer harboring yourself in the army. With the leader's plans progressed to this stage, there is no real difference between my identity as part of Duke of Wellington's guard, and that as an officer of Dublin. Seeing as you have Caster's people surveilling you, they must have long gained possession of that information. We have little nibbles of Dublin forces cropping up outside the cities, and the rumors of a major Dublin force passing through. I'll put on show for them. Sprinkle in a few mysterious trade orders, and now even the gossiping merchants know the Iron Duke has some design or other for this city. Everyone is quietly making the rounds, frantically guessing what the Duke is borrowing Trent as a stage for. Very much as the leader expected. Yes, if they'd realize our true aim too soon, and every Duke learned of the leader's resolution in advance, I fear Oak Grove's outskirts would be in the same merry state Londinium is in. Say, are they more scared of the Sarkaz or of the Tarans? Trying to pit Tarans against Sarkaz. You have no right to make such jokes, Feline, Victoria. I hear the spy is dead. Yes, and we've had access to far less intel from inside Londinium ever since. It really is a shame. It's not just Sarkaz in there. You have some fairly interesting powers in hibernation. Your impulsiveness will ruin your plans. I've said as much before. Impulsiveness? My scant few people would ever think that of me. You should perish thoughts of offering Mandragora survival. She was used by the elocutionist to try and fracture Dublin. She was meant to die in County Hillock along with those 6 traitors. Mandragora was the one the spy most trusted. Executing her before confirming the spy had turned his coat. Well, that wouldn't have been a wise move. Excuses. Even if it wasn't worth myself or you in person, the task of supporting the spy should have gone to someone more dependable. Oh, come to speak of us. You never sat with me. Don't you find it such good news that I've never had the chance to kill you? Meaningless glib blather. Can't be acting rashly before the Duke and the leader make their final decision. If you can discern the importance of Londinium intel, then of course I can. Excuse me. But when we ultimately march on Londinium or not, that's still an unknown variable. Hinging upon our progress collaborating with the Duke. Of course. Why else would I be so busy on my feet right now? I still remember the Enclave campaign 4 years ago, how bitterly we awaited the result of our partnership with the nobles. And meanwhile, all our errant representatives were circling thousands of kilometers out, patiently pulling through several weeks just to tell the Duke one single thing. Harmony, you'd best stand on the leader's side. Or else? Mandragora is dead. I could stop investigating your whim to assist her. But she's still alive. Oh, you mean that dear, pitiful Lufshiny? We can't have a repeat of the elocutionist's conspiracy in County Hillock. Each day she lives as a threat to Dublin and the leader. The leader has assigned control to her whereabouts to you. Don't let personal considerations affect you any further, Harmony. You have a little leeway left to fail. Oh, you do fantasize far too much about the emotional life of a professional spy. Fine, you could stop boring into me with your eyes, Brigadier, unless you want to help by applying my makeup. I do have a dinner party to attend. Harmony's interesting, to say the least. Not bad, Fionn. Just like back then. I always think you're a bit useless, but then every time you get something done. What use is borrowing this bit of rations going to do? Those 2 are Victorians, right? They say they'll go to the city to replace anything we don't need. And sort you lot out some batons for self-defense. Shouldn't you be happy about getting a decent weapon? Fine. You listen to your little radio, check if they're broadcasting about merchants being looted. Maybe those cowards are scared Dublin will get back at them. Might not even report it at all. Hey, Fionn, what are you peering at back there? That infected handful. They've been following us at a far distance since we left the village. Still, surprised they've kept up with us going so fast, and then with their sick legs and children to carry. Right, it must be murder on them coming with us. I'm worried for Moran. Her eyes went bad in that famine a few years back. She can't see the way in the dark, now with the lights out happening. There's not even a single lamp left on. Oh no, that's sorry to hear. So, can I ask what they're doing following us? Do we look like some kind of rescue team? I don't know, or probably it's the clothes you're wearing? Look, aside from me, everyone regards you like you're a real member of Dublin. And everyone knows Dublin's good to the Tarans. It's simple as that. I'll go and see them. Oh, you made me jump. Your voice sounds like a little quivery, say. You alright? It wouldn't be bad to have more people standing on guard duty. It'll be easier to avoid the patrol. I'll bring them with me. Alright, SC3 story. Before. History records that out of a sense, the war between Draco and Aslan had become far too protracted and bitter. The final King Gael signed a peace treaty. Legends say he opted to melt down his soldiers' weapons as a sign of his determination, but his subjects could hardly accept such a defeat. Thus, they conspired to revolt and assassinated the monarch. But just as you've referenced in many a speech, a single assassination is not enough to extinguish the Red Dragon's whole bloodline. No matter how the Victorians write the history books, they cannot change the facts we've seen with our own eyes. The Aslan promised to share Victoria's kingship with the Draco, yet didn't hand over the crown for nearly a century. With the Lion's ambitions so conspicuous to this point, I wonder, 6 blade marks stabbed King Gael through. How many of them were by Aslan hands? Not to mention the Draco King fleeing the royal capital after, fate unknown. And the Kingdom of Tara, without its ruler, was subjugated under Victorian sovereign authority, as if a matter of course. I presume it wasn't his own subjects who prevented the Draco's return to the city. This is why I very much enjoy your works based on the Taran's own ballads. You've led the people to see more of history's truth. Thank you for your appreciation. To write this story, I saw plays performed in the country and paid a visit to one wandering minstrel who'd inherited the Taran tradition. But what struck me most wasn't the endangerment of Taran culture. It was how so many lives were just slipping away. Perhaps you believe the Taran's ideal nation and a border with Victoria are necessary for the Taran people to be saved. But I think if we ourselves can live better, if we could plant seeds of ideas for many Tarans who can't read, won't we have won then and there against the Victorians who want us trapped in ignorance and poverty all our lives? You want to bring that lot with you? Don't even think about it. If you'll wait until they rest, if you'll share your own food with them, that I can accept. But we've avoided the patrol out of pure luck the last 2 days. What if we don't next time? Those kids might be 7 or 8, can't fight back with weapons, can't run fast enough. What do you do about that? I can fight. I'll protect them. You want to cross through the uninhabited region to completely escape Trent's jurisdiction. I can aid you the whole way. I contacted the organization I belong to with the help of Bagpipe and Chen, my colleagues. I've confirmed the closest safe house is just along this way. If all we need is some tents and a small amount of emergency supplies for the countryside, they can transport it over without a problem. And I know the territory over there belongs to a well-hearted duke. Once we're there, the army won't be after you anymore, at the very least. Really? There's an honest-to-God noble who'd smile upon people like us? He has reason to shelter the Tarans. And how do you know? Before long, perhaps we'll all know. We'll have ways to survive, bringing those people along. But don't forget, they're infected. We've constantly been scarpering with our lives. What are we doing inviting death to our sides? And we don't know when the sick will have their flare-ups, or when they'll just kick the bucket outright. What's the point in you saving these sorts of people? I don't know. I only know that when someone saved me, I wanted to ask her the same. Why? Even though I was so close to death. What are you getting at? I'm an infected too. What? Oh, Alright, doesn't mean much to be infected. Wouldn't have lived much longer than infected ourselves without your help anyway. Still, Oripathy won't spread just because we're in the same place. It's okay. You can keep a bit of distance if you're scared. I don't mind. But take those infected with you on your escape. Trust me. Fine, I trust you. Selman, you heard what she said. I'm not fleeing. If you're going to take the ones that can't fight, take them. Suit your own self. But my aim isn't going to change one bit. I'm returning to Dublinn. These 2 units have gone unaccounted for a week now. We may surmise these circumstances relate to Dublinn, being similar to the past Spectre Force incidents. Similar? No, the situation we're looking at now is completely unlike. These rebels previously would muster a single armed force to surface somewhere, launch an attack, and that was it. Now, violence, which we suspect to be Dublinn incited, is blanketing every corner of southern Victoria. Is the Marquis of Trent sticking fast to his orders? Obviously. No matter the volume of suspicious circumstances reported outside nomadic cities, we must have clarity on them. Get this entire region's state of affairs under control. But of all the small-scale conflicts, only the arson at Redridge seems truly suspect, and there was no follow-up on the fire here either. Maybe we should set these particular dossiers aside for now, or should we leave them? Please lend said dossiers to me, officers. And refrain with the greetings. Also, just as before, no need to make a record of access to these dossiers. This arson may be worth a deeper investigation. Dossiers. Have a sip of water. Old Brandon. Old Brandon. Brandon? Brandon? Brandon. That kind of reminds me of Brandon. Have a sip of water, old Brandon. I picked some berries too. This place can't be too far from a settlement. What with a grove this thick? You want some berries too, Holly? All right, you eat those, and then you walk on your own 2 legs this afternoon. Won't need anyone else carrying you, okay? What about you, Moran? Wait, you don't eat stuff this sweet, do you? Thank you. Hey, how long are we stopping here for? While Bagpipe and Chen are fetching things for us, we're all knackered as is anyhow. Got a chance to catch our breaths. Don't worry, I guarantee we'll find the closest village before lights out. We're far enough from all the trouble we made anyhow. If we hang around here and hole up for a few days, we oughtn't get caught. Fine. Pick me some berries too. First time seeing you happy in days. Really? I've just been glad Reed's so reliable and her 2 friends too. Kind souls, plus they can fight. You sure? It's not just how your days of suffering are almost at an end. We're going to keep pushing into the wastes, find Dublinn and join them. You though. I bet you'd prefer to stay behind in village life. I can't say that for sure. I just can't get over you lot doing things this way. We were all happy just with escaping at first. The further the better. That was before we ran into Selman. She only got to persuade you all to join Dublinn once stuff got tougher on us. None of you even seen a real Dublinn army, have you? Are you still thinking about Reed? She contacted Rhodes Island in full view of us after borrowing our comms equipment. Getting supplies has been smooth too. All signs indicate she's not out to trick us. Haha, I'm not suspecting her as much. I'm just a little concerned. Did she really make a recovery? Granted, she's a voiver, but I'm still a little surprised at all the life in her. She gave my hands a right shock swinging at me before we recognized each other. Suppose that's a good thing, though. Just, I can't shake the feeling there's weight on her mind. Whatever it is, she wants to do it, but it seems to hurt her so much. Plus what? The way she fights just seems somehow familiar. Did I meet her even before Outcast brought her in, back at County Hillock? Oh, aye, there you are, Reed. Perfect, me and Chen have been talking. We're talking about which way we're heading. This route happens to take us to a nearby settlement. No, we can't keep going in this direction. I'll tell the others to stop. Are you saying, Chen, on your 9! The cavalry saber concealed in the bushes snaps in 2. The one holding it doesn't shift an inch. Chen is sure her slash didn't harm anyone, but out from under the bush is still a hint of spilled blood. Blood deep and dark, old and dry. Is this dead patrol? No, they're from the barracks. They're more over there. Traces of bolts, sabers, and arts. This battle probably happened a week ago. This barracks unit was ambushed and slaughtered to a man. Who was the enemy then? How come they didn't leave a single corpse behind? They've left. They've all left, but with a battle this fierce, both sides should have taken equal damages, right? Bagpipe, remember the group of soldiers we discovered before encountering Reed? They had uncanny arts planted in them, eyes full of fire. Reed, you were in County Hillock too. Didn't you see soldiers like that? Yes, I know them. They've parted souls. Those with the misfortune of being deceased yet unable to rest. You're not saying the ones who killed those soldiers are dead themselves, and they're still marching even after? Traces of firefights we were chasing before, it resembles those. Those two. Oh my god, I'm missing words, skipping words, all that stuff. I do this all the time. I'm horrible. It's the only possibility. Chen, I don't know what your thoughts are, but I can't quite accept it if that's what this is. What kind of person would keep on controlling them even after they're dead? That's just far too cruel. Selman. Like hell they're dead. You're all howling up the wrong tree. But we saw with our own eyes. You saw something somewhere else. I only believe what I see myself. Dublinn defeated a Victorian unit. They won, moved on to the next place, and now they're prepping to save more Tarans. You know I'm gonna. Are you worried about something? Don't act like my da. If Fion's lot want to go with you, suit their own selves. But I know you're not with us. You're not in with us. It's those two voiver you're with. You just want to settle us someplace, and sure, we're not going to die today. You'll make us live the same old life Victoria had for us, not knowing if we'll see tomorrow. And after that, you'll abandon us. Am I not right, leader? No, don't call me that. Right. No. Single word I've heard most from you so far. I'm heading off now. Going the way you didn't want us to go. It's only war and death, isn't it? Like the Tarans haven't seen plenty of both. I don't want to hear an outsider tell me no ever again. I know she's fuming, but truth is, it's not you who's pissing her off. I know. So, are you alright? I want to go with her. There might still be unexploded mines and lingering arts left on the battlefield. It'll be dangerous to keep going that way. Can you call the rest over for me? Didn't you want those Tarans to steer clear of the battlefield? But Selman says it's their choice, and I promised I'd escort them until I'm no longer needed. Okay, after story. I never imagined we'd get a hot meal indoors safe and sound after so many days on the run. That bagpipe girl must be the darling of everyone. We were all gushing to her about how good her stew was. She's definitely not bad on that front. How's your discussion on settling down? Has it been smooth? We're all decided. Anyone who can't handle rushing will stay behind. They'll borrow 2 storehouses to tuck away in for the next 2 days. Refugees scuffling with caravans, but never actually stealing anything. That's dead common. The law won't get hung up on that. In a few days, they won't be mentioning it on the radio anymore, and we won't need to hide. Then we can get to building our own houses. But the few with oripathy will be living a bit ways out from the village. The people here are very friendly. Yeah, they are. If anyone sheltered us while we were still running, we wouldn't be in this sty of a state now. Not that it's anyone's fault. Didn't used to be much hassling taking in a bunch of refugees or the like, but life's getting scarier for everyone now. Look at Selman, the Colleen. If she and her brother had some place to take them in, she wouldn't be running from settlement to settlement, kicking up all this fuss. She could spend the night in the village like us, but she's all stubborn about hiding outside. Since she stole a man's stock beast here once, see, and now she's awkward about running into him. You never heard it from me. You let her know she'll be on my case about disrespecting her again. Good evening. Oh, Moran, what are you doing here? So dark out. I'll send you back out. I'll send you back while the lamps are still lit. Thank you, but I'm used to making my way in the dark by now. Is Reed here, if you don't mind? You're looking for her? She went out on her own. Maybe Reed's got something on her mind. Selman hasn't spoken so much as a word to her since she got here. Don't worry, Bagpipe's gone to find her. Actually, put it this way, our bigger concern is if Reed gets annoyed by the noise. That doesn't sound like a good thing. Bump. Whoa, sorry. It's alright. Oh, I wasn't watching out. Didn't think there'd be anyone here. It all goes pitch dark every time they sound the bell. Takes a moment for my eyes to adjust. Lucky it's you I ran into. Might have knocked anyone else clean over. Though, thought they said they wouldn't need anyone to watch tonight, though. I just wanted to sit for a while outside. Oh, it's the smell of the hay, isn't it? Wonderful, that. Hay? Yeah, that's hay piles over there. Been ages since I was around the smell, so I came out to get a proper whiff of them. Okay. Back when I was prepping to get into military school, I'd have headaches from studying so much theory, so I'd just get onto a hay pile and lay back for a bit, and I'd feel right as rain again. Mom always told me off for being lazy and said I shouldn't quit thinking about questions just because thinking gets too hard, but having too much stuff going on in your brain does wear a person out, you know? So, give me your hand a sec. Come on, here now. Let's lie down together, just for a bit. I'm not so good at thinking over stuff, so I might not be of much help to you, but the hay will be, I'm sure of it. Reed's like, okay. Like the little, Charmander tail thing going on. Hup! Bagpipe relaxes and lies back on the hay pile, lightly humming a folk song she learned just a while ago from the farmers. A gentle night breeze passes by. Reed follows her suggestion and takes a deep breath. But what she smells isn't the aroma of hay. It is, instead, damp mud and ash. When it hits me how I've spent 3 years without going home, it always feels so funny. Excuse me. Think about it. The ground's waiting for you to till it. The wheat's waiting for you to reap it. Spend 1 year away and you miss an entire go-round of all the important stuff. Every bit of it. I can't even get my letters from home until the next time I'm back on Rhodes Island. Do you miss home very much? Of course I do. You? Were you from County Hillock? No. But I used to live in a city about the same as County Hillock. Flushed red bricks, gray pavements, buildings 2 or 3 floors high. Flowering vines growing around the windows. I yearn after those peaceful times a lot. There were so many old books at home, and some manuscripts too. I liked to hide away in the study and lock the door, so I wouldn't have to hear anyone talk to me. Oh, you had piles of family making a racket then? Or was it visitors all the time? No, thankfully, just I couldn't avoid so much trouble if I hid. I could see into the street from the window in there. I'd see my parents come back after a day of work. I would love to go back there if I could. Oh, so the place isn't... I'm sorry. I'm making it worse for you, aren't I? It's okay. It was all so long ago. I might not be much different to the ordinary people whose lives were ruined at County Hillock, or to those refugees leaving their home behind. They can all settle down here and rebuild their houses, but where's their homeland? And the ones who are forced out even farther, where are they fleeing to? You're having trouble answering these questions just on your lonesome, aren't you? But I'm not saying it's no use thinking over them. If you can't come up with an answer alone, we can think together. Whenever I had a question I couldn't fill in, I'd always bother Chen Chen about it. And later down the line, I'd prattle on at my captains. I mean, they found me as annoying as Flip. But still, they'd chat with me every time, help me solve issues. What about you? You got anyone to speak your mind to, like a sister or a schoolmate or someone in arms, that sort of? There's my older sister, but you don't get along much? No, I shouldn't be saying this. I shouldn't. You know, someone was right about one thing, actually. You're always saying no out of habit. But she misunderstood a little. It's when you're talking about yourself that you're most fond of saying no, like, I can't put it into words. It's like you're straining to break away from something. I've been told something like that before. Oh, what? Really? She saved me and told me I didn't have to seek death. Excuse me. That I could dodge destiny. Outcast, eh? There's something she would say. I regret not having it in me to say anything more to her. I want to ask her so badly, why save me? What did she see in me? Oh, I'm not sure how she'd answer myself. But you know, Reed, why not ask yourself before asking her? What do you see in yourself? Myself? Oh, someone's over there. With the way they feel about, I think it's Moran. She can't see at night. Gosh, why is she out here by herself then? Miss Moran, need any help from us? Oh, you just stand still there for a sec. We'll be right over. Thank you. Where's Reed, can I ask? They said she'd gone out. I'm right here. Sorry, excuse me, but am I able to go with you? I don't mind where it is. I've still got some strength. I can work and fight. You want to fight? I do. They all say I won't live much longer. That my only option's dying without a word in some corner. I don't agree with that. If you want to survive as a Taran, then change workshops and accept lower pay. If you want to survive as with Oripathy, then move out and get to the infected neighborhood. I'm done listening to all that. Reed, I used to not be this way, but then I met you. Then they tell me you're an infected too. It's you who's convinced Selman and the rest of us to bring you here. You trust me like Fionn does. Please, no pressure. I don't want to be a burden on you or anyone. I just want to do something, anything. People like me have nothing left to lose as is. If I could bring something or other to the rest of the Tarans, then I want to do it. If my legs will still walk forward, then I want to go with you. I think that's fine, Reed, for now. Let's go together. How about it? To the red-haired voiver, the question's not one Reed needs to respond to, because she starts pulling Reed along before an answer even outcomes. Reed takes a glance back at their visitor. She knows Moran has night blindness and needs someone to guide the way when darkness falls. With little time to hesitate, Reed extends a hand to Moran. Let's go. Oh, wow. This was used in, what's it called? For, like, towers and stuff, for internals during, Zwillingstorm. Here you finally are, Miss Harmony. I was beginning to think I'd never see you today. A wine tasting courtesy of the Viscount. Could I ever miss it? But of course. A friend of the Marquess of Trent. You're the Viscount's guest of honor. It's all thanks to your introducing me that I closed out that bit of prior business. I've been looking for an opportunity to thank you all this time. Oh, it was quite nothing, Mr. Hall. I've no noble personages or even property in my name. At most, I'm just a messenger scampering around so the ones in charge don't have to. Excuse me. Who might he be? The council's pet, a Mr. Fisher. Oh, well, I've certainly never heard of him before. He only transferred to this county a short while ago. Youngsters like him tend to had to break their backs a little if they want a quick promotion. A universal truth, no. You're too modest. Oh yes, I hear from some friends that the Duke's armies are very frequently on the move now. They put every core city of their duchies under strict martial law. You've always been on top of the news. Could you lend me a sly word whether war seems imminent? The papers certainly forecast it, don't they? After all, the Duke's fleets did trundle up to Londinium's walls some while ago. I'm not much concerned with the sarcasm. I'm referring to between the Dukes, based on hearsay, that is, just hearsay. There's been a lot of originium fuel circulating into County Trent. The Marquess and the Duke of Castor have always been jolly with each other, but County Trent and the Iron Duke's Duchy share a border. My, Mr. Hall. All intercity fuel trades requires inspection and approval. I presume you have some very good friends in municipal management, no? Ha, just for business purposes. Miss Harmony, you might not follow the war too closely, but you came in from another city, didn't you? You've been fortunate not to run into any hassle when you did, but I do ask you take care on the return journey. I hear it's hideous in the villages beyond the nomadic cities. There's rebel elements popping up now and then. Even a case of arson a few days ago. What sort of rebel elements are these to earn your attention? Attention is a strong word. Similar things happen in spades anywhere the bumpkins live. It's that fire that's strange. This might not be true, so pretend I'm just telling you about some country tale. Eyewitnesses say that the fire wasn't quite your ordinary one. It was ferocious as an explosion, but not a hint of originium explosives was found where it happened, and the nightmarish effort it took to extinguish it. Unusual fire. All too likely to be a coincidence, but all too familiar of a description to her. Could it be Lofshini? Harmony is stunned. The Brigadier's warning has certainly roused some anxieties deep in her heart. Ever since that Rhodes Island ship had sailed into Victoria, she'd been absent any hold of information on Lofshini. Someone, without a doubt, had been helping Rhodes Island cover their tracks. Clearly, this pharmaceutical company was not as simple as she first assumed. And on that same coin, a Lofshini aboard Rhodes Island would be a Lofshini immensely difficult for the rest of Victoria's powers to find. So why would Lofshini leave the ship? Why would she surface somewhere so close to Eblana? From behind Harmony, there is a gaze. Her every move has been closely watched since the second she stepped into the ballroom. But this is the moment when the gaze truly focuses on her. Interesting. Miss Harmony? I'm sorry, I was just thinking about the dance tonight. Say, what color earrings would I be best off wearing? Way quick to change the subject. Sir, I assume you've seen the relevant dossier, as well as all my reports. I suggest we commence operation immediately. Very well done, youngster. Have you tried the whiskey-filled chocolates out on the table? I hope you're well, Duke of Castor. I didn't expect you would grace this party, let alone be waiting here. Who could miss such a grand soiree? Just listening to the chamber performance blows my cares away, even from behind my partition. I do hope you're enjoying yourself, too. I'm still on duty, I can't be complacent. Our every effort is made so the masses can enjoy their serene lives. Intelligence officers may be the lookouts, forced to keep a tense nerve even in the times of peace. But you'll have your serenity one day. Lest I forget, how's your health? My gratitude for your concern, Duke. It floors me that you note the infection of an average intelligence officer like myself. Don't be nervous, you're not hiding anything. As I say, you've done very well. By way of a reward, would you like a promotion after your mission is over, or would you like to quit? Interesting wording. Okay, FC-4. Now we get the before. Ooh. Main story, outskirts of Lungmen. Interesting. That's just the background that they're using. Anyways. Guys, I see people ahead. There's army. That way, 7 o'clock? Oh, no worries. We got the message. But are you sure that's what you saw? There's not a hint of human life anywhere in these parts. Why would the army be patrolling out here? Hand me the binoculars. There's very little terrain nearby that would conceal us. Everyone, please hide here for the moment. I'll go with you. I know the Victorian army more thorough than you, nah? Thank you. Soman, come take a look. If I crouch under this rock, the enemy won't see me from any angle, will they? Ha! Not half bad. Good, then... God, we go through the waste for days without a peep, no catastrophe or savage beasts, and then we hit a roadblock at the very end. Just our luck, you figure. Now stop sticking your head out. Keep low with the rest of us. It's been so long. You still don't trust Reed's lot? You still don't trust Reed's lot? No, as a matter of fact, it's the bland type like her I trust least. I least trust. She only wants to do stuff that doesn't offend nobody. That way, if she ever makes a mistake, it won't really be her fault. You just don't like her stopping us from going to Dublinn. Maybe, but I don't say nothing to you neither, do I? Confirmed. It's a small-scale Victorian deployment, but judging by their equipment, not from a nearby barracks. Their weapons are highest caliber. If we fought, there's very little chance we'd win. They might not be searching for us, but just in case, we'd better hide ourselves. Based on their current advance, they won't catch sight of us. You don't give me lip for what I say because nobody listens to what I say. Anyhow, I'm jealous of how she's taken over my show. Those troops are coming closer. Budge over. Give me a good position to watch them. I'm begging you, don't cause trouble now. What's happening? Are they scuffling? Some group ambushed them at a pass. So, if we'd not stopped the hide just now, we would have been sprung too. Who was waiting there? Hey, I can't make out too clearly, but those clothes they're wearing look a bit like Selman's, don't they? That's gotta be Dublinn, right? Dublinn. One dawn 8 months ago, just after I'd finished work, I was eating breakfast in a cafe in County Peninsula. A voice came from my radio. It said with their flames, they would cleanse Victoria of filth. In the name of the Tarans, they would declare war on Victoria. They called themselves Dublinn. Just a bunch of greedy thugs trying to give themselves a title. Thugs. The ones common sense would identify as thugs more or less all died in County Hillock. Someone intended on using an entire city of Tarans to test a Taran-born duke. but didn't anticipate the leader of Dublin conversely exploiting that. After the conclusion of the incident, Dublin successfully purged all unstable elements from the city, and further gained the surrounding Taran populace's support, escaping intact directly under Victoria's nose. Dublin's leader is undeniably well versed in the behavior of nobility. It's no wonder, considering her background and her hidden supporters. That leader and her intelligence personnel are both fully aware it was the barracks that shelled the masses with dirty bombs. That being why the truth of the County Hillock incident will never be traced nor pursued. However, I've read the reports, all the reports. Some say the Dublin leader that appeared in County Hillock on that day is more than one person. Doesn't match up with the other intel we got from the Dukes. Have you seen these two jigsaw puzzles? They're exactly the same. As long as the forms are identical, they can fill the same holes, and the moment you put them together like this, most people who cast an eye would treat one piece like the other's shadow. Shadow? So that's why you suspect that previous arson case, the one tied to Dublin, it was only a suspicion at first. It was until the reaction from that Harmony feline fed me some interesting information. Who knew the Duke of Wellington would actually turn a blind eye to King Giles' other descendant walking freely in the wilds? So he has knowledge of Reed. Interesting. Madam, as you predicted, someone took the people from those farming households in for questioning this morning. Whoop, I didn't mean to do that. I looked into it. They weren't wearing barrack uniforms. It seems they're not part of the nearby patrol at all. Say, if I asked for a holiday and went out traveling, what would the better location be? Litanian or Cashmere's? Maybe I'll run off even farther. Just maybe, like my good friend from the school days, I'll take a trip to Jan. Don't understand what you mean. Forget it. We'll be caught in a snare if we don't tiptoe, but either way, we do need to remedy this as best as we can. Ensuring her safety is priority number one. You mean my dear friend Loveshiny? You're sure she's the one they're looking for? Well, can you be sure she's not? We've got no other choice. We'll let her be the leader, too. We can't allow her to fall into anyone else's hands, especially not the Duke of Casters. Come now, we need to pay the Brigadier a visit. Selman, what do we do? You said you'd take us to shelter with the Dublin squad, and now they're right here in front of us fighting with Vic's army. My gut says we should head in and help the Taran's troops. My brain says we need to show some loyalty before we join them. I mean, right? No, what are you people on about? We'd never beat those servicemen. And besides, what would Reed's lot think? They're hiding over there. They're not that near us. Maybe they won't see what we're doing. Oh God, down goes another. We can't just sit here watching Tarans get beat to death, can we? Fionn, take a look behind. How are Reed's bunch reacting to this? Oh man, pull back! Prioritize shaking pursuit. Our investigatory mission is complete. We can't waste our time here. Dublin's deployed far too many diversions. Captain, human activity at 3 o'clock. Who are they? Seemingly normal refugees with improvised weapons. Initiate contact. Confirm the true situation. All men prepare to fight on two fronts. Beware the possibility of Dublin's regular forces disguised as civilians. Disguising as civilians. Is that what that said? Yep. Hey, what's he doing poking his head out from the bunker? Oh, the unit noticed him. They're coming over. I'll try and see about negotiating with them. I'll tell them it's all civilians here. No, Tar's local barracks would never trust civilians. They've never protected us before. Dublin soldier. Hi there. We're Tarans. We want to join Dublin. Hello? What the hell? Fall back! Retreat, ASAP! There are 2 units attacking us simultaneously. These 2 units are attacking us simultaneously. But aren't Dublin meant to be defending Tarans? I can't give you a response. All I know is these soldiers are already dead. Standard pile driver, Spear Voiver. You're ex-Tempest platoon personnel, aren't you? Oh, have we met before? Well, since we're not strangers, that makes things easier. We're not in ambush, and we've got nothing to do with Dublin either. You've gotten the wrong idea about us. Ha, surprise, surprise. That fisher boy only sent me out here to follow a trail, and here we've run into his goal, his true goal, head first. No, I'd wager he sent me here specifically to wait until you ran into us. Bagpipe, why are you protecting the Tarans? Because that's our duty, right? The Tarans are Victorians too. If we cleared up the misunderstanding, are we able to cease fire? Attacking civilians is a violation of military discipline. What gives you the continued right to say that? What's wrong with me? You seem to not be duly aware of the situation here. Oh, excuse me, I'm very well aware. My friend said that you wouldn't protect Taran civilians, and I've just confirmed she was right. You're the same as that old Colonel Hamilton back in County Hillock, nah. So even though I'm discharged, I'm positive now. I still have to fulfill a Victorian serviceman's duty and do what you're not willing to do. Defend these civilians' lives. Then let me ask, have you ever inquired into that white-haired voivor's identity? Come on, let's go, Selman. Everyone's looking to escape. No. Now's not the time to be stubborn. I know this is hard to take, but what Chen said seems true. So let's get away for now. Come on, survive first, then we can talk after. Who's that you're staring at? Wait, it can't be. Bro. Ooh, that's a little interesting. There, Fionn. Your wound is like last time's. It's not too severe. But it'll still hurt. That's whatever. As long as I don't see blood, anything else flies with me. Coward. You said you'd help Selman. All you'd done was scarper with her on your shoulders. Nothing wrong with that. At least we made it out. All of us made it out. Reed, I need to ask you something. I've been wanting to ask it all day. You and your friends seem to be professionals with this stuff, but I still just don't get... Why do you say those Dublinn people are dead? Is there any off chance they're sleepwalking? Maybe it's that witchcraft from the legends that make people lose their consciousness. Just off the chance that they are sleepwalking, we could go and wake them up. We can't. I wish I could provide you with some consolation, but it's a unique Originium arts I recognize. Alright. I'm just a little frightened myself. What's Selman gonna think, though? What's wrong with her? Oh, go on and tell, Fionn. We all know her. You were the only one vouching for her since the beginning. She's a good girl. We wouldn't have come with her otherwise. The truth is, I actually know her because she robbed me once. We sat down and got talking with one another in the end, of course. She just wanted a pair of sturdy boots. Her brother was out in the snow that winter with half his soles worn through, feet frostbitten, something hideous. So you gave her yours? No, actually. Her brother went off to Dublin. I was only in time to cover for them. Couldn't do them any solid boots quickly enough. Fact is, she's been out here this whole time looking for her brother. What? She brought us to join Dublin just for that? No, it's more than that. She wanted to join Dublin along with her brother. She just ran away on the way there. That was 2 years ago. Think how tough it must have been on her, catching up to her brother today. Say, how do you think my family's doing? They're still back living in the village. It's about time they replaced the roofing straw. Once we find a place to stop over, I'm getting a messenger to ask how they're doing. It's alright. I'm sure they're fine. I'll help you find that messenger. Come then. Grand. But where are we going? We chased a Dublin squad that was all dead people, and Selman's not found her own. Where should we head now? Reed, what do you... Reed? Where'd she go? $13, $14, $15, 3 less than in a day. I just don't get it. What kind of Originium arts is this? Makes me sick looking at it. She squats behind a boulder looking around. The soldiers keep marching for their heart's destination. Upon the twilight's wilds. The colors of the Dublin uniform fade beneath layers of mud and soil. They seem as if they held in a silhouette, one lit by a glimmer from somewhere unknown. I just need to pounce, then retreat, and I'll be fine. 100 meters. They turn to walk straight for the boulder Selman hides behind. He's at the back of the squad. Looks like he didn't get to be the leader. Made himself out so bloody big in all his letters. They're headed for... Yeah, same direction as the letters said. 50 meters. Selman clenches the wooden cudgel in her fist. Is the city you're heading for that important to you? Who's telling you to head on? You'd still go even if you died. Even though you're being battered by wind and rain and all those people one after another, you'd still go. 30 meters. She remembers the first time she saw Dublin's troops, 2 years ago. They told her once she was decided, she could come to them. The leader would give all Tarans a place to survive. I'm sorry. I never could be as sure as you were. You never looked back, but I did. She rushes out, like those Victorian soldiers in the daytime did, like Chen did. These people that have ceased to be can be knocked down again, so long as every attack comes swiftly enough, ferociously enough, until they'll sleep peacefully in the soil of Tara, never called to stand again. The soldier does not fall. He merely stumbles for a moment from the blow to the neck, and then swiftly spins around, pulling out his sword. He is ghastly silent. You lot, out of my way! I'll send you all right back with him! No, I will, I'll do it! I was just here to find my brother, but you're all the same! Silently attacks. Piss right off, at least say something! Square, that was. Huh, bloody hell. Head, chest, it's just not enough, is it? Her cudgel flies out of her hand, blocking the next attack, and in that moment the soldier's mask falls off. She feels a sort of illusion for a moment, as if the way he brandishes his weapon slows for a fraction of an instant. As if her brother is about to give him both his hands, like when Victoria's police accosted them in younger times, shielding her in his embrace. And then she sees his familiar face also clearly. His forehead drips no blood, and his eyes turn no look to his little sister. His eyes gaze to the distant, vague horizon, a rage of firelight longing burning within. Just like the night he'd decided to seek out Dublin. And Dublin's soldiers surrounded them. Selman, blankly dazed, reaches a hand out to the man before her. Admiration, aspiration, guilt, regret, all swallowed up by the ice-cold fire that her fingertips brush. Fear. All she is left with is fear. The fear of that longing, maniacal burning unto death. And before time can move again, flames blaze high, incandescent sparks blossoming into the night sky. So close, her fingers could almost touch fire. A flame blooms forth and vanishes again before she can grasp it. The soldier falls over to the ground and never makes another whisper. Well, that kinda sucks. Badly. Now the after. Are you scared of my fire? But your fire is the same as mine, Lufshini. It will burn forever. Trying to smother its glow to extinguish it is futile. You needn't fear it being seen. Why don't you let those who see it fear it? I know that in my body is a fire. If I feel for it, I can feel it burning me. After so long, the pain it comes to me even before my thoughts do. Pain of it comes to me. Our parents warned us to take these flames when we were born with, and swallow them down, hide them away, and never let them be seen by anyone. But I knew how my sister would secretly burn whatever she didn't want. And then she'd get something better for it. Can I do that too? Lufshini. Dad, can you take me to the bookshop? That morning I thought I'd try acting like her, talking to my parents in her tone of voice. Every time she told them what she wanted, they'd agree with panic. Like they were being burnt, yet with love. She and I had the same appearance and voice, wore the same clothes, so why couldn't I disguise myself as her? I want to read the sequel to the Steam Knights adventures, since I don't want anyone asking me how come a Victorian wouldn't like stories about the Steam Knights. Tomorrow, Lufshini. Your mom and I are exhausted for today. Dad, did you recognize me? Of course. How could I ever mix up my own two daughters? I only realized after that snowy night that he didn't say yes because what I wanted was far too small. She wouldn't have gone begging to our parents just for a new book. Bong. Bong. I followed behind her, running as fast as I could. The bells to reunite sounded, yet we no longer could go home. Eblana, where are we going? Where do you want to go? I don't know. Nowhere's home, so go knock on any old door. You just need to be honest to whoever opens it and tell them that we have no home to go back to on this snowy, festive night. No matter how cold they are, surely they'll sympathize with two children. Go, Lufshini, don't be afraid. I'm watching over you. Under the glow of icy purple flames, I knocked haltingly on the first door. The flames had taken the lives of those we hated so only moments ago, but I wondered so badly if those flames would come to kill me instead if I did anything wrong. But what did Sir do wrong? I heard there was a play being put on in Taran's neighborhood, hence why on such a snowy night Sir never did come home. Sir never came home for being so late. My sister made me sit down in his study. She simply warmly stared at me and never answered my questions straight. I knew she was very disappointed in me. I should have been able to reach my own answers. He taught us to ruin the lives of the innocent, to stir the schism between the Tarans and Victorians. He even plotted his fallen opponent's murder, just like those Victorians killed our parents. So taking his life was what we were meant to do. My sister could always do the right things, while I never could. She gifted her spear to me, yet every time I gripped it, that pike burning with flames, I shivered. Just as I did now. Am I right? No, Lufshini. Death is merely there to guide him to his dreams. He showered us in conspiracy and political trickery, peeled us of our freedom and dignity. That was detestable, yet detest is all that is. But even while he'd mastered his methods, his sights were set too narrow. That's what was truly regrettable. He wanted little more than the control of a brittle fantasy nation, with us serving as the puppets that would crown him. The power I looked to have in my hands is far grander than the daydreams of that madman. What about you, Lufshini? What do you want? Yes, it's good that your blood and your upbringing have you carry yourself high, but if you want for nothing, then what sort of position am I meant to leave by my side for you? Go on. This is your wish on a snowy night. I'll let you aspire as grand as you want. I didn't answer. I only had the tiniest dream, like the warm fire of a hearth. I didn't dare answer. No matter, my sister. If you don't know where your own desires lie, then first, become me. From here on, you and I are both the leader. Interesting. So her sister is the leader, which is kind of obvious, just the look of her from, you know, the boss fight and stuff like that, but it's neat, the connection. Intently, that flame watched me and I became her shadow. Have you been after me all this time? Since when? No, I simply heard from Fionn that you'd seen your brother and the squad have parted Dublin. I guessed you'd come here by yourself. It's not as if it's any of your business. I've been searching all this way for these dead controlled by arts. I want them to find peace, and I can accomplish that, just as you saw just now. Gone are the marching footfalls of soldiers. The barons turn silent. Neither of them say a word. After a while, Selman squats down, brushes the dirt off the mask, carefully places it over the soldier's face. Meddling little Fionn. Did he tell you about the first time I ever saw Dublin? We were in the city, me and my brother. If we were in good moods, we'd line up to see if any of the pubs needed last-minute waiters or what have you. If we were in bad moods, we'd hit Vicky's windows with our catapults. Ha! Couldn't tell if all the nobles were Vicky's. To be honest, I just knew that one who drove us off the ag plate was. Then, one day, there was this injured woman lying in an alley who shouted at me in Taran, wanted me to deliver a letter for her. We guessed who she was. I delivered it and found her a place to hide. I told her, of all the scummiest Victorians in this city, the number one would be that one with the tiny mustache who issued all the decrees. Bloody Originian product taxes, alcohol taxes to target Taran's drunks, ordinances to round up unemployed Tarans and house them in one place. He was in on the telly delivering all of that. And then there was the army man stationed in the alleys. I couldn't do nothing but watch him beat all those people to death, and if I'd stared at him the moment more, he would have taken me away. If she and her Spectre force wanted Marks to attack, then those two had to be on the list. But I was wrong. She responded. It wasn't Dublin's aim to retaliate against Victorians in Taran's stead. My brother told her which noble had the biggest house, which had the poshest dinner parties, which had a treasure hoard enough to arm an army, support a plate's farmers. That was even more wrong, she said. Dublinn wasn't stealing from the Victorians to give to the Tarans. And she said, if all we do is kill a few people and seat ourselves in their positions, it won't make things better for the Tarans. It'll just make us become them. Just like how Tarans, who learned Victorian etiquette, copied Victorian accents, could pass as Victorian nobles. Then did she tell you what it was Dublinn wanted? Nope. But my brother had it all figured out afterwards, so we decided to join Dublinn and went following them on the info they left behind. We left the nomadic city heading for a settlement close by. It was along the way there I suddenly remembered how Dublinn disposed of their eyewitnesses. I was scared for my life, so scared I felt I had to run. It's not as if I hate every last Victorian, you know, and if I don't hate them, I'm not prepared to make them bleed. But there's no alternative to it. I don't like saying this, but Dublinn is an army, and the one thing armies face is war. I know, of course I know. Rationally, I know they're in the right. What's wrong is I can't do it. How come I can't do what my brother could? How could he be so sure while I had to run? How could he put up with dying and burning after death, while I can't even stand seeing him turn out this way? How can she stand up from the ashes while I can only shrink into her shadow and weep? Loveshiny, what is it that you want? I wrote for you what my life knew in terms of love and dreaming too, but in your burning ecstasy there was no place to hold them. What? You're not reciting poetry, are you? Are you serious? At me? You're trying to show off your upbringing? Sorry, I don't know what I should say. There's so much I could say to encourage others or to comfort others, but none of it is mine. Ha! You can stop reading. Someone buries her face in her hands. Her grief, like the Dublin soldiers who no longer speak, is shrouded in a deep green silhouette. I dreamt, they murmur. Years and years ago, we were working in a Victorian's manor. One day, my brother got me to drop everything I was doing and slip out with him for fun. We walked for ages until we reached the edge of the ag plate. And we looked down into the wilderness below. We couldn't see where the soil ended. It was all bursting full of wildflowers. My brother said that's Tara. He said so much daft, arrogant shite, he sang into the wind at the top of his voice. He said there was so much he wanted to say but couldn't because the Victorians robbed us of our language. The only thing we could do was hide our love and our sorrow away in our old-time folk songs. And he said we'd done something incredible today. We didn't work for the Victorians today, so we'd rebelled against them. He must have been absolutely full of it back then, full on dreaming of becoming like a hero in legends, nah? Same here. They're very pretty, the flames you've left them. They're just like the flowers we saw that day. But these flames aren't true flowers, they're just... From the moment we're born to the moment we die, it all runs past in the blink of an eye. You aren't even able to hold them. That's fine. I don't care. I knew for the longest time he'd die. Even I was prepared to die when we went looking for Dublinn. I don't care. I never trusted he'd die like he bragged, like we dreamed with a hero's death. But at least, Reed, I want to hear the truth. Your truth. Was the future Dublinn promised the thing he was chasing even once he died? Was it made up? In the dark of the night, a flame ignites at the tip of a spear. A spear, yeah. Cast in the firelight, Reed sees tears, finally flowing down her face. Alright. That was the after for FC4. So that's done. TR2. We have 6, 5, 6, 7, Story 2, 8, and Story 3, and then we're done. So, there's a before and after for 5. There's an after for 6. Before and after for 7. Before and after for 8. Whoop! So let's go ahead and continue. Reed, how's it going over there? Yes, no problem. Alright, that's the last tent we've got to put up. Wow, you two are a powerful pair. Right, you were taken off, weren't you? Aye, Chen and I are investigating those specters that were under Art's control, and we still got other assignments once everything's done here. This is the edge of County Trent. No barracks will be coming looking for trouble no more. If we'd only been better at maintaining order, wouldn't have had all this commotion and unjust treatment. Huh? What do you want about? If it weren't for all of you, there's no chance we would have made it this far. If this were my own home, I'd be treating you all to a nip of elderflower liqueur tonight. I'd even be giving the stuff away. But most of the supplies we have on hand come from that Rhodes Island you lot are from. If we write to Rhodes Island, will you get the message? We'll be letting you know once we're settled somewhere. If you're even back in the area, drop by and say hi. Maybe. Once Victoria's war comes to an end, plus there's someone Chen should be meeting. What about you, Reed? Where are you going next? I think I'll make sure everyone is settled down before I take care of my own business. Even though they are away from the Scathana fields, their crimes, and the hand of the lights-out bell, the Tarans still live in muddied lands, trapped where they stand. I think I need to help them come up with ideas. I can speak both Taran and Victorian if we enter the cities later on, run into people of all kinds, and I can help negotiate. At least, I could do it more easily than others. Oh, right. When you weren't looking for Rhodes Island's safe house today, did you get followed by anyone? I don't think so. It's okay, thank you for reminding me. If the soldiers are here for me, I won't be afraid. And also, thank you for your kindness. Say, will you sell me a tent when the time comes? The factories in the cities make the canvas. They don't leak water even when they get rained on for half a month. Just perfect for me to retrofit my trolley with. She's a fair, kind-hearted one, and I'm sure you'll be fair when it comes to naming the price. I think you two would have no trouble reaching a deal. I'm joking. Where would I find money for something this nice? Who would have thought, though? We were just trying to figure out how to survive a couple days ago, but now we get to sleep in these sturdy old factory-made tents. We can even light fires at night. Aye, they're a capable bunch. And they know Oropathy well. Whew. Incoherently rhythmic whistles. Oh, mists that shroud the valley. Hide her figure weighing far. It's a beautiful song, that. Out of all the people who fancied me, you might be the only one who still remembers me. Don't be saying that now. I'm certain everyone remembers. This Oropathy's not your fault. Whistles slightly off-key. That lad, Soman's brother, he's gone. That whole Dublinn squad we helped out, they might just be gone too. We did all that for nothing. At least you're still alive. You went missing for so long, but you're still alive. I saw Reed handing you some medicine. Is oropathy really curable then? No, they said there's no cure for it. But please don't be blaming those Dublin soldiers. I hid them in the factory's lorries and raw originium ore shards got in their wounds. This isn't their fault. I'm not blaming them, I'm just feeling awful. The rest of you had faith in Dublin, but I didn't have what it takes. Dublin's more impressive than any of us. They've got weapons too, but we all saw what happened to that squad in the end. Dublin treats us well and lets our Taran voices be heard. But after that, it beats me. All I remember is the blood I saw on the lorries that day. Even now, Selman wants to find Dublin to fight the Victorians, and I can't pull her out of it. She and Reed were chatting for so long that day. Say, did Reed not even talk a little sense into her? I don't think it's bad that Selman wants to do this. Colleen like hers got much to accomplish for other Tarans. Do you remember, not long ago, after I got infected myself, the entire infected district was chased out of town. It was the stronger of us, after that, that took everything they could lay their hands on from the rest of us exiles, left behind only frail pensioners and children, and the ones like me ailing badly from the sickness. You should have told us sooner rather than keep it all to yourself. At the very least, it would have spared you some pain. To tell the truth, I can hardly remember any of it. I can't remember why no one fought back. Why no one tried to protect one another. I always used to think that was just how life was. It doesn't matter what's in your hands when you're starving. You close your eyes and tuck in. Lisa died at the bottom of the mine. So did Kolda. Has your family ever complained about working in the mines? I couldn't say really. Maybe it's how hard it is to blame someone for it. But at the very least, I did feel right terrible when my sisters died. I wanted to find someone to talk to about it. But it was dark and suffocating at the bottom of those mines. No one had the time to listen. I got out to peddle my wares around, and it turned out everyone had their own troubles already. No one had an ear to lend me. But hey, not too late to talk now. Right you are. It's not too late now. The mood we've gathered should be enough to last us through the night. Let's go then. Won't be so easy for you to tell the way once the sun comes down. Hey, the pot's bubbling. Can I have a bite now? Settle down there, you cotton head. Did you not ever cook supper back home? Wait inside the tent. Once the meat's done, give me a hand bringing it over. She seems to be in a better mood. Yes, but I'm sure she's still grieving. It's a good thing you killed her heart for Dublin, at the very least. You knew? And I imagine with you here, they won't stray onto the wrong path. Though it'll be hard for you to keep walking with them, Draco. I'm not wrong when it comes to these things. Don't be daft, Fergal. You played King Giles' warrior in last year's play. 3 times you fell with mortal wounds, 3 times you had to clamber back up. Your arms and legs were all bruised by the end. Then I'll make him invincible this year. Every year King Giles loses in battle. Gastrel dies at the bottom of the castle. Other than the costumes, we never try anything new. Hey, Selman, come here, have a seat. I've been thinking you could take on the role of King Giles' left-hand man, the general, this year. Yeah, you're a bit young, but there's not one of us with more fire in their belly than you. What? You're only saying that because you saw the pot she's bringing over. Look, she doesn't want to. No, what are you talking about? I don't know who that is. Eh? Don't they put on those plays every summer over by yours? We're trying to sort out who will be playing which role. Excuse me. Is that where someone calls herself the goddess of the river and splashes the audience at the end, that whole thing? I've seen it, but I'm not interested. Not unless I'm playing her. That's her mourning the dead soldiers. Her lines are harder to remember than any other role. Oh. We might not finish building the theater before the end of the summer, though. You could have till next year to prepare. Right, who knows. Looks like you still want to go after Dublin? Of course, you think I'm just going to give up like the rest of you? I made my decision after talking to Reed that day. I still believe it. Dublin's dream can be realized, and someone has to realize it. What is it you want to find out from me? I have nothing to ask. I've seen what you've done for myself. I trust the judgments I make seeing what I do, and I trust Rhodes Island's judgment. But right now, in the eyes of most Victorians, there is only one Draco still alive. Dublin's Red Dragon, the descendant of the Taran King. More than enough to fill the dukes with their sinister ambitions and the nobles with anxiety. It must be difficult for you. Does she know my identity then? Bagpipe? She's actually very smart and attentive, but there's a great deal she doesn't like to think negatively about, especially not friends she approves of. If we continue our journey together, that's something that both you and her will have to face eventually. Are you advising me to leave as soon as I can? What's done can't be undone. You can't run from the responsibilities you have to bear. But I think that, to some people, whether you are Draco or not, actually matters so much. Doesn't actually matter so much? Yeah. By a tender stream that brushes on and through the upland grass, we make a toast to those of us not here to raise their glass. Someone's singing. It's probably Fergal. Is this Taran? Yes, it sounds like it's about wine in the uplands in summer. I've never heard it before, but it's beautiful. Bid flap your wings to wake by light, we foul upon the bays, bear off the news we gather round along and with the waves. They're all so happy. I could tell. But all they have are their tents and fire. Then I'm sure they'll be even happier when they have their houses and farmland. Let's head inside. Chen, you're finally back. Look at this. Mr. Odrin can whistle with a blade of grass. Haha, my pitch can be pretty off. My dad was really good at it, though. I picked up a bit here and there from him. You don't mind if I sing along a little, do you? Go ahead, it's our drinking song. The only thing I'll take offense to is an empty bottle. What's the lyrics then? Is it okay if I sing in Victorian? Let me fetch someone else. You just listen to them. Fionn, you're up. Ever does this land well with tears, yet we drink only of bygone dews and flames. Oh, that's pretty. By winding lane that blooms with rose and bellflower on the loom. On a loam. You're out of tune, that's terrible. Shut up, not like you're any better. I'm begging you, enough of that noise. You've got some bloody novel way of arguing. Oi, no throwing stones either. What if we actually got hit here? Wow, that bread smells good. You can have half. Oh, Ta, here, Chen, you have a bite. Come on, just one. Lush, isn't it? I wonder what herbs you're using. Can't tell. You spent ages back in Yon. What, did your taste buds get more fussy or duller a bit? What do you think? We Lungmanites brew our tea in the summer with 24 kinds of medicinal herbs. Really? Oh, you're pulling my leg again, aren't you? I'm not. Are you enjoying yourself, Reed? This is how their lives could have been all along. A bit better than this, too, of course. You gave them their lives back. Reed, you know Taran. No excuses from you. Sing! Teasing whistle. Sing! Fare on and long, you traveler, but to where do you now roam? The transport will leave clear tracks in the mud. Should we take a detour? No need. We'll head straight to our destination. Good stuff. And you, Moran? Miss Moran, what are you doing sitting so far off? Reed's told you a million times it's okay. She's right. Come on, wandering bard of Glen of Kamai. Sing. Oh, mist that shroud the valley, hide her figure weighing far. Well, gosh, I think I once heard this beautiful singing years ago. I'm sure you have. Right you are. I remember taking my sister around. She wasn't so sick that she couldn't walk yet. We were stood on the stone bridge listening for a good while. There must be more bridges like that, right? With just how far the Kamai flows. It breezes past the rugged lime. Bring the civilians under control first, but don't let any of them get hurt. Our target possesses excellent military accomplishments. Avoid direct confrontation to all possible extents. Oh man, are they outside there? Oh no. Pick me a flower for her. Selman, look! How's this for a defensive posture? Learned it from you. So, you'll be chasing foul beasts. You'll just be chasing foul beasts from now on. What'd you learn that for? Oh no. Till summer dries our laughs. Do not talk to any of them, not even a single word. Leave the rest to me. Oh no. Bare bottles chill the bones with hurt. Don't forget, we need to be out of here before daybreak. Need to be out of there a little sooner, it seems. Not just you, everyone. We make a toast to those of us not here to raise their glass. Crossbows at the ready. Prepare smoke grenades. The tears we cup to drink are all the same, and one my lass. I'm hopping out for some fresh air. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Don't go out. Don't go out. Don't go out. Missed at this hour. You... What? When did you... Good evening, sir. Oh, I was expecting the sound effect there. Oh no. After time. Squeak. Oh no. No, run! They're over here too! Bloody hell, they got this whole open part surrounded, don't they? Freeze. Okay, I will. Bit too close with your saber there. You won't slip or anything, right? Reed, help us. What did we do? Against this many, it'd be hard to force our way out. Did they just break my cudgel in half? They're acting very confident. They don't want to seize us violently. They just want to quell the resistance we put up. Oof, not half bad, this lot. I don't get it. How'd they follow us out to here? Where'd they come from? Wait, that one. I've seen him before. A couple days ago when we ran into the Spectre Force. Which means you lot aren't County Trent. These refugees are outside your jurisdiction. You've got no authority to arrest them. We'll have to take off our gloves here if you're not going to follow the rules. The rules? That goes for you too. I see your pile driver spear missing its shells. You shouldn't be in a mile of the battlefield, soldier. It's not like this was meant to be a battlefield, was it? They've not even put out the campfire. Watch out! A black dagger slides forward without a sound. Its tip reflects not even the slightest bit of light, instead drawing a path of smoke. The dagger points intimidatingly at Bagpipe's throat, though its bearer gives it no glance. His eyes have been focused squarely on Reed. Reed can tell clearly from his sharp glare that he and the army are out for her here. Isn't your pike meant to be burning with flames? I suggest you drop the futile resistance. Make the smart choice, lay your weapons down, and hear me out. I have nothing against the Tarans, let alone any plans to retaliate against civilians, and as for steering the masses clear of ruin, you and I should be united on that front. Here's the official paperwork. What? A city council writ of investigation? The former Victorian soldier sets her weapon down. For the Council of the County of Trent's decision, I am here to investigate an overlooked, puzzling aspect of the arson cases. I have no other choice, correct? What are you doing? Quiet down. This is terrible. Always thought I should at least get my will in order, before I finally meet my maker. If you ask me, should have written it up long ago. I did right after we first made it out, but I tore it up. Been so happy these past 2 days. Really regret that now. Oh, shut up, Fionn. We're not done for yet. They've got us all tied up and gagged, and everything we had to fight with got taken away. What else are we going to do other than wait to die? Interrogation. Terrifying word. How many Tarans do we know that made it out alive out of an interrogation? And who knows what they're prying out of a woman as kind as Reed? We all know each other, like family we are. But we don't know Reed from a bar of soap. Don't know where she came from, don't know what she was doing before. Wait, is she an enemy to you now? No, that's not what I meant, I just... Selman, you can't just make someone not be afraid to die. We could still see the fire from here. How long's it been since we last had the light of a fire on a cold, dark night? Really, I really thought I managed to escape, I did. You even came about borrowing some stuff to rustle up some money. Didn't I say I'd make you some smoked fowl to sell? Enough, we need to think of something. Figure this situation out. What, to figure this out? And what good is that gonna do to us? I'm fed up of this, that's all. I hate listening to how much you just sigh, squatting about in the Taran quarter, passing by village threshing floors. It just sighs everywhere. I'm sick of it. Enough, save it. Don't ask me how. You've always managed to find a way out. I'll draw the attention of those guards. Whatever you're going to do, figure it out yourself. Not smart. Just chill. Because if they're after Reed, they're not going to harm them, hopefully. Hopefully, that's the case. You can ease yourself a little, Reed. We're just having an ordinary chat. We have a warm fire, and we can hear the fowls chirp in the night. Surely you'd agree this is a much more comfortable environment for our conversation than a full-fledged interrogation room would be. No comment? That's your choice. I won't give you trouble for it. Perhaps the nearby barracks' disrespect has given you cause for alarm. Allow me to apologize in their stead. Are you here to investigate Dublinn? None of the people here have anything to do with them. You needn't explain. As you'd expect, I already have a good grasp of the situation. A singular attack has indeed spurred a minor regent's barracks to take undue action against approximately a dozen Tarans, going so far as to accuse them of being part of Dublin insurrectionist forces. But in the company of all else contained in this very, very heavy dossier, their mistakes aren't worthy of mention. Of course, your situation is a little different compared to anyone else's, but I believe I can do something to help you break free of those troubles. These troubles. After all, no stretch of your escape can have been easy. If it wasn't for such harsh decrees, they would never have needed to run. No, please. This is a chat between the two of us, and I'm hoping you'll tell me about yourself, about the escape you began long prior to this one. I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm asking you about your past identity. There are no records of any kind on you. No medical records, no nomadic city immigration records, no tax records, nothing. We Tarans are driven out wherever we go. It's not strange that you don't see me in Victoria's records. Then what about the unrest in County Hillock last autumn? Were you there? And what about the County Peninsula attack last May? I'm asking you and you alone. Madam, if one does not tell anyone their birth name, where they are from, or who they are, wouldn't you say they're just like a shadow? Chin, I reckon you've already figured out who these men are? Yeah. The ones that just fought us are no normal soldiers. Interrogating on the spot is very unique for procedure, too. Plus, their leader knows quite a lot. That's why he's so courteous towards us, and me in particular. Right. I was just thinking, they're letting us stand here and wait, only keeping a couple men on watch, but the Tarans all have to have their hands bound. It's not fair. Still, how do you figure out who you are? I didn't expect the intelligence service to work this case. Intelligence service? Why would they be looking for Reed? Her background must be an unusual one, and that's why she insisted on acting alone. She didn't want to drag anyone into the mess. Oh, I've got a bad feeling about this. Are they actually going to talk, to a Taran? You won't rough her up or threaten her into saying something against her will, right? Keep your voice down. I remember what you wrote in your report in County Hillock. Right. He's got his writ from City Council. He says he'll keep the peace and he has nothing against Tarans, but... No, I should trust more. He's still an arm of City Council. He's not here to mess things up. Most people can't withstand the pressure of interrogations, though. Do you remember how we did things back in school when we partnered up? Oh, your hand signal. I do. I remember. That's the ones we communicated with. The time we snatched those hazardous originium products. Good thing you remember. It doesn't matter what Reed's background is. If she ends up as someone's pawn, that's going to send ripples through the status quo. Yeah, and it'll be a nightmare on her as well. I mean, she's always seemed like she's been trying to shake herself of something. I hear you loud and clear, Chin. We'll bring her back to Rhodes Island. Dearie me, what pristinely clear tracks! It seems your opponent is extruding you, extending you an invitation again. Oh please, less ridicule. And unfortunately, I'm afraid invitation is an overstatement this time. He doesn't even so much as care about what dance his guest intends on. We're making our positions plenty clear just by showing our faces. Dublinn will rescue poor Lufshani, expose her identity, and in the end testify as to where I really stand. And he knows I have to wade in so the other Draco of Terra doesn't land in his Duke's hands and lessen the leader's influence as a Draco herself. No matter, I shall wipe his ambitions clean. The foul beasts have stopped calling. Do you understand what that means? That's fine. Why don't we start with accounts of your recent incidents? You haven't caused serious injury to anyone. Even the arson at the barracks resulted in no deaths or casualties, with only some supplies lost to the fire. Most Tarans are driven by their hatred of the Victorians to commit graver crimes. Your methods, in contrast, have been very mild. Some witnesses even attest to how you've tried to fend off the Dublin soldiers. Do you admit to all of this? I can only admit I by no means wish to harm others. Good. I can believe that. You have a fair conscience in you. Now, if we can turn our attention to the quiet and foul beasts. It seems your Dublin friends are here to save you. No. I can't go back. Go back? Oh, you mean back to your life as a shadow. Back to the kind of life surrounded by smoldering corpses, where the ashes of the dead coat the city streets. To someone blessed with a conscience, it must be a very painful life. But it so happens you have a chance right now. You can make your own decision. Accept our protection. Your past crimes will be looked into no further. I will never. She must run from the watchful eyes of all. But how far must she go before she's finally run away? Now! Sorry, but you'll want to try on my fort cracker for size again. Why'd she get wide-eyed? Brandishing her pile driver, so her bagpipe's gaze is away from the tent. Behind her stands Chen, and Chen's eyes, however, widen for an instant. With not a sound, the tent over the interrogation turns to ashes. A beam of flame bolts through the dark night, to then immediately vanish without a trace. Oh, that's why, because Chen saw what Reed was doing. All right. Is that the before? Or did I... Am I losing track of things now? Yep, I'm losing track of things. Wow, I'm a dummy. I'm a dummy. FC-6 now. This is just the after. Then we just have two more FC-6, FC-7, and we also have FC-7, FC-8, and then we have the two story pieces yet. And then we're all done. I know what you're thinking, but none of your caterwauling will distract us. Really? Sounds to me like they're putting up a fight over their end. Sure you shouldn't give them a hand? Quiet. Ha, you've got some balls to be giving me lip, Vicky. Quiet or I'll split your skull open. You Victorians, what gives you the right? Don't ever sell yourself, Taran. I've no prejudice or hate against your lot. At most, I think you're just sad. You're a political force to be used, a piece on the Duke's board. We've been as friendly as we can be to you, since that's just common courtesy. But you should know a band of refugees dying here won't be any skin off our backs. Have we got orders? If they want backup, we'll do as the captain told us and deal with the ones here first. Target fleeing, inbound towards Team 1. Teams 1 and 2, continue the pursuit. All other units retreat. Give them the opportunity to regroup. We'll take them in all at once. Reed, how'd you shake that investigator? Chen and I were just going to rescue you. Hey, come on, Terra to Reed, let's go. There's fewer this way. Let's take the chance and break through. Where are the others? Are they still by the forest? I think so. We'll find a way out first, then we can save them. Crossbowmen? You thought you could waltz on out of here? These crossbowmen didn't attack before. Some of them are lying in ambush. There's no telling how many of them we're dealing with. They must think really highly of us to greet us with so many elite troops. Doesn't matter how many of them we're dealing with. We've no choice but to fight past them one by one. No, wait, bagpipe. We aren't the only ones they're targeting. Ah, you're right. They're reorganizing their forces. In which case, they're very quick at it. They must have planned this in advance. The opening they're giving us may well be intentional. Would anyone more really come out of these barrens, though? Hostile sighted. Prepare grenades. Alert the decoy team. Dublin. A squadron emerges from the dark, like the ghosts that appeared on the County Hillock streets. Bagpipe's grips tightens on her fort cracker. Dublin? We've confirmed the enemy commander's identity. It's exactly who you said it would be. A Red Steel Guard captain. He came to rescue the Draco as a Dublin member? Just as I thought. This might turn into an open confrontation between two dukes. The Iron Duke is seeking to turn County Trent into a battlefield. They won't act too rashly just yet. Let's keep waiting for the most opportune moment. Target sighted. Prioritize capturing her. Ah! Out of the way. Your weapon. You're a Victorian soldier. She's got a Victorian soldier by her side? Huh? Is that so strange? There's Victorian soldiers everywhere here. Split the three of them apart. Don't waste any time on anyone who isn't the target. We've secured the target. Team 3, evacuate with the target. Target? You mean Reed? Long time no see, Loshini. Say, we're old friends, aren't we? Don't be too nervous now, and no getting worked up either. Such a touching reunion. I can't imagine you'd approve of greeting your old friend with violence, It really is such a shame. You know, you were always open to leave. In fact, the leaders acquiesced to your little runaway act. Are you taking me back? But I can't go back. There'd be no place for me there anymore. No, there never was any place for me. No, I understand. Not fond of your status as a shadow. Untrusting of the men recruited by your own lies. But where else could you go if not Dublin? Where would you make your home as a Draco? Loshini, oh poor Loshini. To tell the truth, I have some genuine sympathy for you. You see, you only ever spare a few more words for me when it comes to all that fictional poetry, all that made-up flowery language. It makes us feel like we really are old friends. If you had your own life to live, you'd be roaming the ancient moors like the bards do, or whiling the day away reading, cozied up in a nice little hut, making a living for yourself by writing copies. Wonderful, wonderful dreams, I can say that. So living aboard the ship must have been oh so satisfying for you. Why didn't you keep laying low, I wonder? The leader knows, doesn't she? In County Hillock, so many innocent civilians killed in the scheming and the plotting. She knew for the longest time, didn't she? Well, you know her best. Why double-check with me? If they hadn't perished in the County Hillock melee, the leader would have done it herself. Truly, a series of shames if the elocutionist and his merry men went about County Hillock following their orders instead of getting up to their little tricks. They could have lived out a few more days by the leader's side. If Mandragora had done what she was told in Londinium and brought the spy back, she wouldn't have needed to die that horrible death down in the sewers. And if you'd just kept on staying and hiding out of fate's way, I wouldn't be so inclined to fetch you back for Dublin either. I have to run, but where will I go? You should feel lucky, honestly, that I found you first. I'm sparing you the time you need. If it was the Brigadier who came across you, he would have murdered you the moment he'd hesitated. No, they want me no more than a shadow. I won't live a life like that again. Taking a spear to the ashes has to be so much easier than tearing clean through bodies of flesh and blood. All right, this'll keep you lying down. Reed, how are you? Blame? Don't look. Every time she casts her arts, Reed closes her eyes, but not Bagpipe. Bagpipe sees a flame light atop the apex of her sphere. Her spear. I keep saying that like sphere, like orb sphere, but anyways. Right. Didn't she meet her in County Hillock? She was the Dublin caster stood under the statue in the square, staring coldly out at the burning streets, at the deaths of countless people. She trusts Outcast and Rhodes Island, and it makes her not want to believe her own impression, her sole single glance. You're... Bagpipe, How's it going over there? Can you lure Dublin's side and the intelligence service muscle together? Aye, I'm on it. Oh, so you're not laying hands on Reed. Out of the way. Smoking up. In the brief breath she catches between stance and attack, she reflexively looks behind herself again. A mist sweeps across her view, crossing between her and Reed. All units, use the fog as cover. Penetrate the battlefield. Origini Marts, stay alert. Gather up. Reconfirm your positions. The Brigadier, you're here. Yes, you have command now. She has to run. The fog is giving her a chance. She knows the strategy of turning a battle into an uncontrolled brawl well. All she has to do is take up her spear and spur on the flames. But what comes after? She is Dublin's leader. She stands for Dublin's flames. She set light to the land in swaths. She took lives upon lives. She made illusory promises all in her own voice. She proclaimed time and again she would bring about a new age, one belonging to the Tarans. Team 1, attack straight away. Don't be concerned about hurting the target. Dracos have excellent physical resilience. A few wounds won't kill her. She is a Draco. Her parents died on the snowiest of festival nights for this bloodline. She and her sister traveled to one city after another, living the childhoods and ambitious politicians who aimed to restore the monarchy had in mind for them. She was born with her flames. Even now, her veins and organs can feel that scorching pain. Where must she run to escape from that fate? Once she woke up on a sickbed aboard Rhodes Island. There, she laid on the bed and read. In the books were descriptions of Victoria's exquisite piece, of Tara's gentle, melodious magicals. But past her window, there outside, her injured allies would walk. Even when she shuts her eyes, she can see the city in ruins. She was saved, but so many others died there. Do it. Captain's given the order. Take care of them first, then we'll deal with Dublin's lot. Don't worry, Taran. The blade works fast. Oof, that was close. Ha! Fionn, I knew it. Where'd you come from? Help me, help! Up! All of you who could stand, get up! They haven't bound more than our hands. We've got the numbers. It's just 3 of them and 1 more who's hurt. We can take them. Right, let's do it. We ran down the Vicky patrol in the village the other day. We can more than run down this lot. Hey, Fionn, how'd you slip free? I was squatting over there to check on Reed. Nobody saw me, so I sneaked to a rock and cut through the rope. Just thinking about it scares me. What if I'd been just that little bit late back? Don't think about it then. Unbind me and we'll help the others. Hurry! I'll teach that stuck-up Vicky a lesson. We're sad. We're just being used. My arse. I just know there's nothing more real than the scars on my body and all the blood and tears I've shed. What gives you any right in hell to take the piss out of us? Captain, there's an uproar with the hostages. Did I take him out? Sorry, I can't see very well. Let's go, the blind lady does it. Moran. Pretty strong, there you are. Anyone else still tied up? I'll nab the Vicky's knife and cut you free. Hey, quick! He just sent word out. Fergal, keep an ear out. See if there's any soldiers coming from that side. Fionn, get over here and help us. Help up anyone who's hurt. Move! Anyone who's got legs, get going! The refugee Tarans stumble frantically, running ever deeper into the woods. They fled their homeland, those marshy soils, yet none are truly sure how fast they must run to leave the flames of war and death behind them. If they can just escape this dark night, will that mean they can rebuild their homeland, free and peaceful? Oh, hey, Fionn, you know how to write. When we get out of here, write me a letter to send back home. Need to let them know I'm still alive. Right, I hear you. I'll do you some elderflower liqueur, true to my word. Get me a good set of all the brewing stuff from the market. Right, noted. Don't even need my account book. And then, all at once, they elect to stop in their tracks. Someone lightly begins to whistle. The Tarans have many things they cannot put into words. When they cannot find the words to express themselves, they simply sing. They sing of glasses empty of alcohol and loved ones who aren't there. Selman. I know. I saw them fighting. Dublin's in it too. They're all looking to capture Reed. Bagpipe and Chen are helping her, but it's just the three of them. Will they be fine? I can smell smoke. There must still be firewood burning that way. It's so thick. We might just be able to sneak ourselves inside, say, Selman? Let's go. Grab the Vicky sabers and stuff. See any weapons on the way? We take them. Where must we go to escape from the Taran's fate? Oh, wow. We just took out those guards. Nothing to be afraid of. We're not fighting a war. We don't even need to do them all in. We just need to rescue Reed and we're good. Moran, can you see? If the fire's not bright enough, take my hand and I'll guide you. The smoke thickens, the wave of heat inch closer. The woods are burning, life is fading away. Never has a soul called their names. Never has a soul asked them their ideals, asked if the run they make is to counter the life they dream of living. They bound head for the Firelight, the one and only. Wow. After how many people doubted Reed and were, not sure of her for the longest time between Selman and herself, but they lead the charge to go in and protect her. That is awesome. That's amazing. Reed, are they calling to me? That's amazing. Now she's surprised. All right, FC-7 before. Wow. Young Bard, I cannot give you an answer. Let those who come after give it. Now, as it just so happens, I have one more matter of vital importance to relay to all of you tonight. I'm afraid this will be the clan of Taran's final gathering. Well now, what are you saying, your lordship? Hasn't our cause only just begun? Fret not, it is true that the cause of we Tarans to seek who we are is fresh and anew. What will cease to exist is merely the humble little gathering that I lead as an individual. Isn't that right, my dear loyal servant? My apologies, but I'm but a servant. I don't presume to understand. It's snowing heavily outside. Your body is frail. I can ready the car for you at any moment. No need. Mr. Williams, would you share a walk with me on this snow-filled day? It would be my honor. The inn I'm staying in had no firewood to begin with. There isn't much left for the snow to hinder. Really, I see. Yes, I never did prevent city council from imposing winter taxes on the Taran districts. Everyone deserves at least a warm fire on a chilly day like this. Come, maybe we can chat some more about your creations, the story you collected in these villages, and what Tara should have been. May death connect us with all legends. Quiet! Did you hear those footsteps? They sound heavy. They'll be pretty tough for soldiers. Move, move! Move this way! We'll hide in the other direction. The campfire's still burning. I could take a piece of timber as a torch. All right, I'll go with you to fetch it in a moment. Hey, Reed, you hear me? Reed! There's no response. Quick, hide over here. We'll split into two groups in a minute and then look for her. And even if we can't find her, we need to find Bagpipe and Chen. You dare interfere with a military operation. Something wrong? If I can't shake you, I'll fight you. Not like I haven't scrapped with you Victorian soldiers before. Reed. Cry after cry cuts through the smoke and the mist. Reed knows the way she should go. They shouldn't be dragged into this conflict. I have to help them. Oh, she was hurt. Unfortunate. A few inches shy. Dick. I recall having reported to the leader about this, but not anyone else. You can't possibly be so naive as to think you're the only one in Dublin to form your own intelligence network. If you're to bring that puppet back, I'm afraid there is no course of action more suitable at present than mobilizing my squadron. My, how grateful I am, then. Are you seeking to supervise my work, or is it more that you'd like to eliminate her yourself? Should she refuse her identity as a shadow, my blade will be faster than your arts. I've seen how diverse viewpoints can be in this masterless Victoria. There's no need for Dublin to continue staging such a charade. A charade. Charade in most normal of the sense, but I like when people say it, charade. Just an air of elegance seems fitting for them. Anyways, if you've come to kill me, does that mean Dublin is prepared? You were the only uncertainty left. I thought that as a puppet you would at least learn how to think, at least pretend. I thought you'd have the capacity to set your sights farther. It is disappointing, however, to see your foolish kindness. If you had followed the Spectre Force's code of operation from the start and eliminated all witnesses, things would not have taken one wrong turn after another. The situation we find ourselves in now would never have developed. A second wound. Far from enough to stop a Draco in her tracks, but I'm sure you know that... I'm sure that even though no other Dublin militant is bound your way, this remains a one-sided battle. I cannot see what right you have to instigate this pretty coup d'etat against the leader. Petty? Or pretty? Petty. Hey! Hello! Taran, civilians are down this direction. If Bagpipe and Reed hear the shots, they'll definitely break through this way too. Hang in there, I'm coming! Chen, thank God! Someone finally responded. That was fast. Where did that come from? Chen Huiche, Superintendent Chen. Chen thrusts in the direction of the voice, only to find her blade hitting nothing but thick fog. She feels a chill. Have you ever considered the troubles you could bring Wei Yunwu by attacking the Victorian army here? I'm doing this because I want to. What does that have to do with him? I'm simply rescuing the innocents who were dragged into this conflict. If you're going to criticize my action from a diplomatic angle, I suggest you reflect on your own first. You must be attempting to gloss over how complicated these events truly are. That said, I still have a question for you. Take your time to answer, though. Why did you come to Victoria? Or perhaps I should ask, who did you come to Victoria for? My upbringing, my family, and my personal grudges have nothing to do with the conflict unfolding before us right now. At this moment, no matter what you suspect, I will only answer with the blade I hold in my hand. Now, back off! Found you, Mr. Fisher! You don't seem to have come for peace talks. Dublin's forces are right before us. I'm sure you know who your enemy is here. Sorry, but my mission's to rescue everyone. You had your forces planted in advance, and you've got Art's protection. There's no breaking through this for us if we don't get rid of the mist. You can try to stop me then. Neutralizer, don't waste any time. Understood. Huff, if only I had some ammo on me. Want to be a pain dealing with multiple at once. 2nd Templars Platoon member, Fiona Young, codename Bagpipe. I've read every single report you submitted on the County Hillock incident. You have my utmost respect for your actions. If at all possible, we should be joining forces, not pointing our weapons at one another. And considering you're still investigating the truth behind the County Hillock incident, we can follow standard procedure and interrogate any and all Dublin personnel we capture here and give you any information you want. I'll pass. I'm bad at telling if someone's lying or not, and I'm not the best at interrogation either. As a show of sincerity, I can give you a single piece of information right now. The Red Steel Guard. You know who they are, don't you? Now take notice of the combat style of the Dublin forces here tonight. Oh, I think visibility improved a bit just now. I reckon keeping Originium arts like this is got to take a toll, right? Not such a toll that it would affect my plan, and I won't allow anyone to get in its way either, of course. You could say that this war belongs to we, the intelligence workers. There won't be a single misstep from me. I strive to ensure true war does not break out, and missions continue to live in peace. Missions? Millions continue to live in peace. How did I see missions? No, see, sure, missions end good or bad, but right or wrong, that's hard to judge. A rock? Oh, Mr. Fione, why'd you come all the way out here on your lonesome? It's dangerous. I don't know, I got lost in the mist. Look, I'm not joking. I mean dangerous. Hurry up and leave. I know, but I have to help. Some of them are in even greater danger. It's fine. I can handle myself. You really don't need to worry about me. I can knock out a minute at a time. With this hoe here. He got himself a hoe now. Nice. It sounds so wrong. You know, the context and stuff. You understand he's talking about a hoe, the farmer's told, but anytime I hear the word hoe, the mind goes to certain places, obviously, so is what it is. You lot, you're armed with nothing but scavenger pickings, broken swords, and dulled sabers. Who are you to stand in our way? Ha! You're out to capture our leader. Who are you to say what we can and can't do? Leader, so you really are. Working together? That's right. Why else would we come to rescue her? She can fight and she can guide the way when we leg it. We need her. Trying a rear ambush? Nice one, Moran. No luck, I can't pierce the armor with this duff knife. Hey, don't use your torch. Your timber's not even oiled. It'll go out easy. Bloody hell. All she catches sight of is the soldier's burned arm. He swings his military saber, his face a mix of agony and anger. The saber swipes past her hand, cleaving the torch in two. The lit end falls to the mud, then goes out softly in a puff of smoke. Ha! Okay, not bad. Now he's gonna have trouble with this blade. Here, I'll hold on to you. Phew. Hey, how much longer can you hold that, you think? Don't push yourself. Don't make me laugh, so you could resist a little. What else? Someone, leave me be. I hear a few more coming this way. You hear that too, don't you? I do. Oh, they're Dublinn forces. Tarans? Us? That's right. But I took these rags from someone dead. I'm not with your group. Best leave, Tarans. Go somewhere safe. I never said I wanted to make an enemy of her. I want to correct the mistakes she made, nothing more. You seek moralistic perfection in the face of war. Then be the coward and hypocrite you are. Find yourself coerced again like the hillock, betrayed again like in Peninsula. Like in hillock? Yeah. The blade tears the night wind asunder. The sharp clang of metal and the interrogative of the officer lunge as one at Reed. But she doesn't listen. She can hear wails far sharper in the winds. She knows there are defenseless Tarans shedding blood in this conflict, falling right at this moment. She could call out the names of each and every one of those wailing. It was but a few hours ago when she'd heard their voices sing the folk songs of home. She simply cannot hear these cries. Have you ever asked yourself who the Tarans you're saving are? Yeah. Oh wow, it's flashing red. Fire! You guys, watch out for Reed's Originium arts! She's very powerful right now, but these flames don't seem like her own. Draco's flames are beautiful, wouldn't you agree? They do not exceed what I anticipated, Harmony. Still, we do have a poor soul right here stupefied by the show. It's too bad, really. You don't know me yet. Just like you never got to properly know your friend next to you there. But thanks are due, I will say, for you putting up such a diligent fight against this Victorian squad. His arts are dilute enough not to impact our giving chase now. It's like County Hillock again. The more valiant you are, the sorrier I feel for you. The battle here is over, so you're free to go now. Dublinn won't lay a finger on you. They could even escort you if you'd like. I'll pass. What's she saying? Bagpipe, do you know her? Are we fighting her or not? No, let's go. We need to fetch Reed. You're very kind to her. Of course. I would have silenced her if it wasn't for the Taran next to her. Still, if she can make our Draco realize that she is nowhere to belong but Dublinn, and that's all the better. Your forces seem to have assembled towards my end now. Indeed, the poor child's fleeing northwest under our pursuit. Heh, much further, and she'll be in the heart of Duke Wellington's domain. Once she's there, everything she does will be under Dublin's thumb. So the priority right now is, shall we say, dealing with everyone who knows too much. In the unlikely event you live to send intel back, it won't be much more than what your death itself would have told them. Solman, slow down. I'm having trouble keeping up. Where are we? Must have run about 200 meters into the woods from the camp. Huh. Gave that soldier a good drubbing. Now none of them are hounding us. Oof, we're safe here. I'll treat my injuries first, and then I'll head back and tell everyone to come this way and meet up with you. People with Fion's NAF skills shouldn't be sticking around so long on the battlefield. Ought to be fighters like me. You're miles better at fighting than he is, too. Selman, there's a huge din behind us. What happened? All I can see is a faint glow. Ha! Rotten shame you don't get to see proper. It's the fire from Reed's arts, no doubt about it. Is it a fine sight? Mm-hmm. But, well, I've known all along she was capable of that. Was night always this cold out in the wilds? Suppose you're willing to light your fire. Will it make it a little warmer, a little brighter? I don't know why you're disappointed in Dublinn, or why they're disappointed in you. The Tarans want to survive. They should survive. It's the simplest logic. How can any of it be a lie? Before you leave the group, I need you to talk about the whole going to Dublinn thing. You'd know the way, right? Moran, we'll head forward a little more. It'll be safer that way. Don't be afraid. It's all muddy here. If those soldiers retreat, they won't be coming this way. Besides, the sun should be almost up. Their step finally slows. Moran no longer staggers trying to keep up. Selman, are we somewhere safe now? I'm not afraid of bad news. Tell me. They walk forward amongst the howl of the wind, distant explosions, and the cries. Moran tries her hardest to discern the sound of Selman. There should have been some forewarning. In that moment, Selman should have stopped in her tracks, said something. At the very least, a scornful cackle at the fate of the Tarans. But what Moran feels is simple. A step made, and the hand in hers falls all of a sudden. And she stoops. She cannot tell if what she feels is thick blood or wet mud. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, that's not good. That's not good. Oh wait. I've got the after yet. That's not good. I don't like the sound of that. Wait a moment, Harmony. Something is unusual about the amount of stationed troops ahead at the carriageway checkpoint. You noticed. I had coincidentally asked them to look out on the premise of possible incidents that might damage relationships between the dukes. Hence you're rounding them up before they left County Trent territory so that your backup plan would be at all effective. Not a surprise in whole. Subordinate of Duke Wellington, commanding officer of the Red Steel Guard, an identity that will cease to threaten you very soon, of course. That said, you understand at the very least that any further pursuit would become a territorial dispute of Duke against Duke. Given Victoria's present situation, I can only say no one would want to see such a clash happen. My oh my, why do you never leave me any room to choose? Still, it's more than enough for me. My mission is complete as is. You own these repercussions. Your blunder caused them. You have no need to keep up your bluff so dutifully, being the exposed spy you are. Really? You know, I was hoping from my heart of hearts that we'd strive in common minds to work together someday. Harmony, you've spoken enough. Ahem. Why'd she get like that? Like her face. What an expression. All forces, pull back. This was a losing battle to begin with. We'll let them go. Oh my god. Her face like, oops. Shit, I said too much. Ugh. I warned you, Fisher. Once your oropathy progresses past a certain degree, painkillers don't work anymore. You're in this state because of your own extended use of arts. I am patiently aware. All right, I apologize if I went too far. No, I was just thinking. I didn't expect the venerable Duke of Castor to send a Trilby Asher here. I haven't even a clue at which point the emissary replaced my men. The Duke's emissary replaced my men. Trilby Asher, huh? Phew. Did we make it out? Yeah, I don't see anyone giving chase. Let's stop here and check on everyone's injuries. Best to take care of them ASAP. We lost some of our companions. Wait here a moment. Some of them got lost in the smoke. Maybe they're still hiding in the woods. You told them you were headed in this direction. They still remember, they'll come looking. We'll only be stopped for a short while here. It'll be daybreak soon. I won't delay your travels. You can all set your weapons down and rest for the moment. Bagpipe? Reed, so you were the caster in County Hillock. You were the one controlling that fire. I recognize your arts. You turned an entire street to ashes. You had outcasts sacrifice herself for you. You're the leader of Dublin, aren't you? Everyone looks at her, awaiting a response. She's been asked this question many a time in the past. Each time she has to try so hard just to hold back the urge to shake her head. But now she remembers the feel of the hay and the taste of the evening breeze. She remembers the campfire flickering in front of the tents, how it was all its own, nothing like the fire that danced at her spear's tip. She remembers the thick smoke of far that has yet to clear and the shouts and cries unrelenting, almost still echoing. Here, she no longer wants to shake her head. Oh, man. I am. In County Hillock, I hoped that through death, I'd forever escape my identity. That's why I didn't hide when the Originium bombs came falling. Since being rescued by Rhodes Island, I've tried for the sake of my own fate to recover something. That's why I came on this journey, in an attempt to heal some of the scars left by the violence of Dublin. But right this moment, this is my only answer to your question. I am. The people who died because of Dublin, the Tarans. Didn't Dublin deceive them? I would have once said that their lives were no more than fuel for Dublin's fire. That for greater good to rebel against the injustice all Tarans face, the fire must burn hot and bright. But after, outcasts saved me, and I retraced the paths I walked. I haven't been able to say that anymore. In reality, some of those deaths had to have been avoidable. I cannot say that every sacrifice was a martyr for Dublin's cause. Tarans are all people, each of them living, each of them alive. I remember the mistakes Dublin's made, especially the ones by my own hands. I'll make no attempt to conceal these ugly scars. There's also the Red Steel Guard. The Dublin soldiers trying to take you away here, they're the Duke of Wellington's men. Are you just the Duke's private army? No, Dublin is manipulated by no power, nor should we be. If anything, it'll be the Tarans who want a peaceful home, a land they can walk freely, one and all. But you're terrified of Dublin. If Dublin truly is what you say, if it fights for the Tarans, then what is it you're scared of? What am I scared of? Your imagination of Dublin is all well and good, but fact is, it's filled to the brim with rioters, conspirators, people you can't hold control over. They even threw you of all people away for dead, didn't they? I won't deny that what many see in Dublin's Firelight is not a path for the Tarans, but their own future. I'm sure that as the Victorians laid each brick and stone to build their homeland, they wouldn't have thought it was for Victoria as a whole either. But in the end, the Victorians have a homeland. They can build and tend their lands in peace, yet when the Tarans want to live, they bleed rivers for it. I don't want to see anyone bleeding. Yes, I'm afraid. I'm afraid of the bleeding. I'm afraid of death. That's why I always wanted to hide. Unthinking, unfeeling, just like a shadow. But does that make things good enough? Why is blood still shed where I cannot? Reed. Bagpipe, you've been asking me time and time again where I'm taking these Tarans. Let me ask you now. Is Dublin's dream an unachievable one? Bagpipe rarely ever feels disappointment. It's crossed her mind how her reports will never make it to the right person, and how her friends in arms died meaningless deaths in conflicts long premeditated. It's crossed her mind, should she ever come across Dublin again, how she'd dismantle their plot and protect the innocent citizenry within their grasp. But now she sees how the County Hillock incident was nothing more than two dukes testing one another, and she sees how lost and stricken the eyes of the Tarans are, there behind Reed emerging from the flames of war. She can't say for sure who it is she's disappointed in. She doesn't know if she can still get any answers from Reed. For much the same reason, she can't give Reed's questions any reply. Let's go, Chen. Huh? My mission's to investigate the truth behind Dublin, and now I've heard it from Dublin's leader herself. And from what it sounds like, Operator Reed won't be coming back with us to Rhodes Island for the moment. She's got her own business to take care of, and so do we. All right. Bagpipe! Fionn, this is for you. The radio. You'll be making through the Barrens, won't you? take this radio with you. You might catch some useful news. You don't need it anymore? News is always the same for the Tarans. Same old for the Tarans, isn't it? Bagpipe, we really are thankful to you and Chen and, the Rhodes Island. Thank you for your tents and your assistance all along the way. And, well, farewell. Slanlate. Slanlate? Fionn? I probably really badly butchering that, but my apologies. The old radio buzzes in Bagpipe's hand. Unconsciously, her grip relaxes ever so slightly. Take care. Damn. Karen, Virgil, you and me. Just the 8 of us left now. I suppose it's easier to run with fewer of us, huh? Please check for me if there's any more clean gauze in the box. Okay. Here. I'll remove the gauze on your wound now. This will hurt. Hey, Fionn, not so afraid of blood no more? Huh? Oh, no, yeah. I've seen so much blood lately. Pointless being scared anymore. Say, Reed, is Bagpipe really just going now? Aren't you two friends? Perhaps come a day we will be, but not for now. I suppose. I was just thinking, I know we were bound to go our separate ways, but you should have had a proper goodbye with them. Everyone should have a proper goodbye. Hey, it's Moran! They see Moran, eyes grasping on the faint light of daybreak, limping in their direction. Held tight in her grip is a broken sword and a blood-soaked bandana. Is that Selman's? Moran, what happened to her? I'm sorry, I know you can't have seen. Far away in the woods, remnant fumes from the flames of war still rise greatly into the sky. All those who did not come back now lay in the woods, just as Selman does. No one in time to see them in their final moments. The survivors stare in silence at the drifting smoke. Damn, she died. Huh. They all just don't know which way to go. In the Scathana fields, in Hillock and Oak Grove. She has seen fire, great and profuse, be it anywhere. There are those who scheme of war and disaster, vying for power and prestige. Just as she has seen the ordinary soul struggling amidst it all, only to die without rhyme or reason. She raises her hand, and from a Draco's flame, a faintest flower is born. The feel of holding a flame still makes her tremble, pains her insides to no end, but no more does she shut her eyes. For all those who pull themselves up from this land of mud. And the flower floats down and sinks into the wetlands, there to wither without a sound in the mire. Well, she's gone. Damn. All right. Excuse me. Harmony's status as a spy has been confirmed, but the intelligence personnel she planted have all evacuated in advance under her cover. The infected is indeed another Draco. Where she's headed is within our grasp. As soon as you give the orders, my team will continue our pursuit. On another note, pardon me for asking, but to the one listening to this report from behind the screen, are you the head or the Duke herself? Very sharp of you. I don't remember how many years it's been since I last met a youth who could single that out. Pardon me, I'd just like to enjoy this cup of tea first. Come, take a seat. No, being infected, I'm best off standing here. When you came, did you see the little theater on the street corner? Yes, I did. It wasn't open, and no suspicious persons were loitering there. That theater was built by a group of self-proclaimed Taran artists. Every night, they put on plays based on Taran culture there. Do you need me to investigate them? No, their existence is one I much admire. As for capturing the Draco, you needn't worry. I'll have someone else take care of it. The intelligence you brought is highly valuable. Given your talents, we shouldn't be wasting your time on cleanup work. I would like you to surveil the Duke of Wellington's movements from a specified location. Understood. I thank you for your appreciation. Oh, yes. As for our prior question, have you decided on your answer? She asked him, would he like a promotion or would he like to quit? It makes sense as to why, with him being infected, that he ends up with Rhodes Island, so I'm kind of wondering if that ends up his choice, if he's going to quit, and he goes there to help. Hi, Miss Messenger, how far can you deliver letters as far as you want? Could you help me write one then? Just a word or two. I want to let my family know I'm still alive. I'm sure you heard the farmer just now. Caravans pass through this area regularly. There'll be one in half an hour. Follow the caravan, and if you can hide in their transports, all the better. The regions around County Oak Grove should be the Duke of Wellington's territory. He won't permit transgressions against the Tarans. You'll be in grave danger if you miss this chance. The search team will make their way here from the nearest nomadic city as quickly as they can. It won't take them even an hour. But if you manage to make it out, you won't have to worry about your future. It's me who they're after. If they lose track of you, they won't pursue you any further. Wait, so when Bagpipe said you were Dublin's leader, that wasn't just me hearing things? Yes, if any of you still want to fight alongside Dublin, you can come with me. But Dublin's name won't shield you, and the road ahead may be much the same as what we're experiencing now, monitored by many, continually chased. Oh, I see he splinted. He splinted up. Hey, I'm back. I did what she said and talked to her, said everyone who escaped the village with me decided to settle down here, and made up a place that doesn't exist in the Scathana fields. Still, that messenger seemed a nice lass, though. If she's an actual messenger, not just someone here to investigate us, we'd be sending her on this trip in vain, no? I've spent most of my life in hiding. I've seen plenty of people in pursuit, disguising themselves as messengers. Alright, suppose that's how it is from now on. Stop sighing so much. We need to divvy up our supplies while we still got the time. And your heart, don't force yourself to go with Reed. We'll fight the Tarans fight for you. I count as having fought for the Tarans then, eh? Reed, a moment. Something I need to tell you. I'd wrote about it in my will, but, well, I survived, so... What is it? You see, I was the one who bashed the soldier with the hoe. I'm the reason everyone has to go on the run. That night I saw him beating the Tully's little girl, so I picked up a hoe someone set aside and beat him on the head. I'm shaking, aren't I? I really am sorry. It's been so long and I still dream about it. She was only 14. She was screaming, crying, and it got to me. I know I figured it was so dark out, no lamps allowed and all, so it didn't matter if it might have cracked his skull, shed some blood. I wouldn't have seen it no matter how bad it was. I just didn't expect I'd mess this up for so many people. Afterwards, I thought I'd go with them to try and help everyone settle down, and then I'd leave to atone for my sins. But some of us never even made it, in the end, to a place we could settle down. Did you make up the charge about not having your papers in order? I'm sorry. I was worried they'd be suspicious when I wasn't on the wanted posters initially. That's why I went to the pharmacy with Fergal, and then I dragged you into this mess too. Don't say that, Fionn. My identity was bound to catch up to me one day. And the Taran sorrow is bound to catch up to everyone one day. All right. Hey, Moran, do you want to... What is it, Fionn? No, nothing. Here, pass me the rope. You won't get very far tying your luggage up like that. Fine, you're the expert. So you're following Reed into the fight? Someone said I've got the strength to get a lot of things done for them. But you can't see when there's no light. That'll be hard on you. Besides, it's war we're talking about. You'll face far greater enemies than we did that night. The cannons, too. War isn't like the plays, where the heroes take a cut, bleed a drop, fall, and climb back up. In real life, people die the ugliest deaths in no time. But this is the path I want to choose. I rarely ever get the chance to choose, and I want to take it. The caravan's coming in. Okay, I'll negotiate with them to carry the injured. Reed, can I go? Can I leave the way I am now? I believe everything is prepared. All that's left is my little sister. She is still lost at a crossroads, but she will make the right decision in the end. Top deck of high-speed battleship Gastrel. A rib taken from what was once the greatest nomadic city, furnished with the crystallization of the Victorian military's technological prowess. Most should be proud of having the privilege to board this battleship. Even across all of Terra, I doubt there exists a military machine as worthy of admiration as this. I expect no less from something bearing the name of the legendary officer under the Draco. I'm sure many have sought to track it, trying to fathom where you stand. But after a 7-year journey, today is finally the day it comes to shore. How many messengers are on the way to report the news of our change of course? The Duke of Castor and many others besides are paying close attention, but none of their armies will be able to interfere in time. County Oak Grove has stopped sailing and is ready to link. This is the first time in 7 years our ship comes anywhere close to a nomadic city, but there will be little resupplying or maintenance needed while we're docked. His lordship has indicated he'll personally receive you at the dock. Those Aslan lapdogs, so hesitant, so indolent. They may never, ever find out who this city truly belongs to until this ship has made it to County Oak Grove. And they have no idea the fires that will rise again thence. Dublin's army, the Tarans, who thirst to be released from this injustice, have made their way here from every part of Victoria. My strategist has done very well. Has my city stopped where I hoped it to? Yes, given terrain limitations and safety considerations, this is the position closest to the ruins that this city's course can reach. What do you think, Princess Eblana? You paid those ruins a visit on your way here. I think this will suffice. It doesn't matter how highly those who clamor for the restoration of Taran culture think of King Gael's palace. It's ultimately no more than a decaying ruins. When the time comes, the romanticist dreamers need only catch one glimpse of it through the wild morning mist, and it will sink in what once stood atop the hills perished in catastrophe. That will do. From what I hear, once the Taran dynasty fell and the Dracos fled, the Aslans let the castle stand empty until the day catastrophe claimed it. The Tarans have all but forgotten it. The remnants of that olden dynasty were never of any intrigue to begin with. The title of King Gael was bestowed upon him by Victoria's regent. He was no more than a more celebrated servant. If this crown was still extant, I would destroy it. If his throne still remained, I would render it ashes. But the place lacks even those to speak of. Hence why the young Warwick sought to rediscover Taran history, starting from the legend of King Gael. A fine thing to do, really. You mean the eulogist Warwick? The Warwick of the Northern Front? Oh, so you knew him. I once sent an envoy to one of his parties. This battleship began its patrol right around that time. You've always been of great foresight. I'd hardly call it much of a long wait. County Oak Grove. Say, are you keen on seeing it for yourself? Of course. I'm very curious how it's rebuilt itself since that great fire. After all, I once called it home. My elder sister spear in hand. I stand in the hallway for some time. Everyone in the manor hangs their heads in silence, trying to keep busy. The moment they see me, they avert their gaze. Our teacher's health has been poor. He hasn't left his room since making his way back through a snowstorm from a dinner party. Dr. Dale readied him the mulled wine, yet hasn't been punctual when fetching the empty glasses. The mutual sounds of crackling wood seep through the gaps in the door. Fireplace must be a bed of warmth on this snowy night, but the flame's eerie silence makes my teeth chatter. Nonetheless, I open the door. Oh my. Now that you've convinced everyone to turn against me, why shouldn't I partake in this glass of wine? I thought you would want to know what your missteps were, such that your servants would seek help from me. That is no matter, Eblana. What is important is, can you continue to hold their trust? Yes, of course. And I see you don't ask why I would agree to help them. I'm sure you know what's going to happen to the city once I'm gone. The balance of power between the nobles will be lost, and no one will dare oppose Count Philip in Parliament. Still, our own two junior barons will no doubt set to work in the shadows, so as to earn the Duke of Stafford's favor. Come on. Simultaneously, the Tarans who have just rediscovered their names will lose their leader and protector. They will continue to be upheaved, trodden down by the harsh rule of law and the nobles to the point they cannot bear it. Yet even if you live, all the bloodshed, the violence, the rioting would happen sooner or later. Wouldn't you say, sir? Oh, and what will you do when that time comes? I will reach my hand out and drag them up from the ashes. And for some unknown reason, a satisfied smile appears on his pale face. The insatiable Dracos, their ambitions knowing no bounds. Of my life spent searching, it was not in vain. He removes the spectacles and with a slow, arduous turn, faces out through the window, out to the snowstorm. That gaze, filled with fond nostalgia and earnest expectation, is the same as on that winter night 10 years ago, the night he finished reading the legend, the night his fingers brushed across the Taran letters embossed in gold upon the book's spine. I see a new age belonging of the Tarans right in front of us. Oh, but Lovshini, and you. I stand motionless in the doorway. Reflected on the glass pane is my face, illuminated by the cold flames around us. Though filled with fear, our pitiful expressions are one and the same. Lovshini, whose student will you be? That's story 2, so now we have FC-8 and FC-ST-3. So the before must be... I cast my heart into my rhymes, that you in the dim coming times may know how my heart went with them after the red rose bordered them. Bordered him? Bordered them. Bordered him, yep. I knew they wouldn't come looking for anyone under a pile of catastrophe rubble. What have that thick mist this morning? We have that thick mist this morning to thank. Wouldn't have made it out so easily otherwise. Careful. We don't have any protective equipment. There's a risk of infection here if we get hurt. You too, Moran. Originium-rich environments are especially dangerous to infected. Noted. I'll watch out. Is Kyrian asleep? I think she's just fallen asleep, yes. It wasn't fainting. Her breathing's very calm, I can tell. Sleep will ease her pain, if only by a little. But I still worry she might not make it. If we don't stop to take care of her injuries soon. Are any of you disappointed? Why would we be? Didn't you say so yourself? We've got to fight with Dublinn forces because they don't want a second leader. They've got grander goals. They won't keep making chase. We're used to a life of running at this point. We can bear with it. What about after, though? You still haven't told us what you're thinking for then. I don't have a very good idea yet. I'm sorry. Right, there might be fewer originium crystals deeper into the ruins. I want to take a look and see if we can hide ourselves anywhere for the moment. It's about time we all stopped for some rest. But aren't there people over that way? You seem like normal folk, but we should steer clear anyhow. You said yourself, it's strange there's people in a place like this. We need to be careful. No need. You seem so afraid. What's the matter? I'm fine. Please don't worry about me. She's come here before. Is she nearby? Hey, the one over there is walking kind of strange, isn't she? Don't look. Oh Lord, she probably died some time ago. Her body's just being controlled by arts, like the Dublinn soldiers we saw before. Why would they control a civilian? I'm not sure yet. Come with me. I'll handle these dead. It's very dim here. Follow the stone steps. Watch out for any shards of rock crystal as you go down. Bran, are you sure you're okay carrying Carrion on your back? I'm fine. As long as your flame's lit, I can see where I'm going. Okay, we'll head in as deep as we can. Try not to be too loud. It's King Giles' castle. When the topic of that overthrown dynasty arises, some think of the piles upon piles of armor from fallen soldiers, while others claim its golden crown still hides beneath elaborate mechanisms deep within the ancient forest. Some see the towering walls of modern Victoria as a foil to the castle's vastness, paralleling the boundless inland sea of Claricide with the virtuous prosperity of the Age of Heroes, while at the same time lamenting its passing decay under the shadow of Victoria. All have envisioned this ancient castle as a sorrowful tomb to Tara, the ghost of resentment. But it merely sits silent on top of the hill, bearing this place's heart as it was before the palace stood, overgrown with weeds covered in vines. How old is all of this? 500 years? 1,000? Shh, don't wake Carrion up. Sorry, I'm just a little shocked. No, bowled over, really. Tell you the truth, we put on productions of different King Gael stories each year. We know we're descendants of the Kingdom of Tara, but we know that's why we're called Tarans. But no one used to believe it could actually be true. There was even a legend of a forge which fused together the weapons of every Taran soldier and overturned the fate of the dynasty. A long, long time ago, I met a man from the city who was searching all over for a traveling bard. He said to me, though many legends were made up by later generations, there must still be traces of history left in those stories. Reed, you must know plenty about that, don't you? Are you not fond of this place? You've been quiet ever since we came in here. Maybe. When I was very young, I'd often read about the legends of Tara until I drifted to sleep. Be it the Victorian royal family scribes or those who wish to preserve Taran culture, they always write that it is the Draco's nature to fight. Legends say that the first Draco to lead the Gaels boiled dry the waters of the river to travel south, to flee his clan that slaughtered each other over the throne, and settle the lands that came to be Tara. The legends say the Victoria's Red Dragon, the one who slayed the last nomadic Draco leader, gave his firstborn the title of King Gael, while he still burbled in the cradle. The legends say that the Draco of Tara was thereupon imprisoned in the palace, and though the exiled king cast away his crown and traveled the wilderness for 20 years upon his return and audience with the regent, his closest family, still he was murdered. Tara's history is full of stories like these, the Draco's palaces teeming with conspiracy and bloodshed. I've never longed for or dreamed of this place. I'm scared of it. I'm scared that one day I'll have to fight my sister. That day has come, Reed. At least, I don't see any clusters from the catastrophe in here. That's her being scared of it. It's here. That's obviously what it's leading to. It should be safe to rest here. Good. Then here, Moran, let me settle Carrion down for you. Let her sleep here, out of the wind. There's cover here, and the walls are sturdy. We could light a fire at night, and no one outside would notice us. Wait, why is Reed? Let her take a look by herself. I lay down now my soldier's honor here, so that in time the soil of Tara need no longer be soaked in carmine blood, and Draco cross no swords with Draco kin. Be that unless a day comes whereupon Red Dragon's flame should lead all those that fell our fighters from the forge to be reborn. Reed hears a faint stir. She pulls back the hand about to touch the rusted equipment before her. It's alive. It's the sort of thing anyone could activate. Why do you find it so strange someone relit it? She's been through here. It's not strange. Through a gap she sees a purple flame. This was the palace of old. She was sure to come, and sure to mock it with laughter, no? That this is all the legendary monarch left us with. Her flames burn here. That's why so many of the deceased here cannot rest in peace. They were simply vagabonds who lost their way and died of thirst too close, awakened by the flames of death for no reason at all. No, stay away. You're scared of that flame too, aren't you? I can see how you want to put it out. Yes, it will bring pain to too many people. But if you truly intend on it, then I won't let you pass. She lit the fire of Dublinn. You know the flame you reignite could never be the same. She's done so many terrible things, told so many beautiful lies, but it was all necessary. She summoned thousands of Tarans to follow her lead, be they saints or criminals, nobles or thieves. You could never do it. No. I can. I don't believe that those sacrifices were all necessary. and I will never believe that only her way will save the Tarans. But she's been the leader since the start, since so long ago, since the Great Fire in Oak Grove. She thinks back to the battered, wounded girl who laid there on the street. Reed wanted to pull her up, get her away, but was so afraid that by a reach of the hand she too would become naught but ashes. And there her elder sister walked up to the girl's side and asked, "Do you want to live? The sewers are right beside you. Climb down there and those disgusting nobles will never catch you again." Mandragora, from there she escaped, and to there in the end she returned. While you never did reach your hand to anyone, never pulled anyone up. If I'd reached out to her, then perhaps things would have been different. To be truly saved, she should have learned that there was so much more open to her, so much more than the power of the malefactor, like the arsonist of that day. Yet the fact is, you're so afraid, you even fear your own proper, unable to do anything but let others control it. That's why they're all disappointed in you, why you've disappointed even your sister. No, you're wrong. You speak of nothing but the past. I am here now. I have held others' hands in mine. I cannot say it was me that pulled them to their feet, but if they want to walk forward, then my fire will clear the path for them, even if they lead me with them as they go. If she could see all this, I know she wouldn't be disappointed. You found your companions by mere chance. In front of them, you act like the capable fighter, the orator, who brings all under your banner. You pretend to have no power, have your own power. But in reality, you are simply mimicking her. You are nothing, can be nothing, but her shadow. She sees any method through its extreme, while in the face of her, you are far too hesitant and weak. Oh wow. The officers that set light to the Taran districts spring to her mind. They were boisterous in ridiculing the Tarans for their arrogance, for their protesting against injustice in Oak Grove, even though they could barely read and write. She knows this is the very thing her sister told their teacher. This was bound to happen. The Victorians lit the flame of hatred by their own hands. This great fire will burn until all is reduced to nothing. Don't blink, her sister told her. Witness clearly for yourself how our lives are destroyed again and again. Amidst the sea of charred corpses, the Draco who controls the fires of death lifts her hand to cast. A purple, ice-cold blaze immediately consumes the flames that had scorched the dead. That deathly blaze never was a true life-taker. She simply permits they climb from the ashes to take revenge against those who destroyed their homeland. I have no regrets. I had always once thought she was in the right. We will throw ourselves into the fire, given even our own lives as fuel, to build the Taran's ideal nation in the end. So I always spoke by her side. But once the fuel is burned away, will there be anyone left in her nation? I've hesitated, rethought, run away. I do not regret it. My flight took me here. I've met people, seen things she's never seen. The things I want to say cannot be what she does, so I will not be afraid of the thought of her again. I will never be trapped within my own shadow. But as you recognize this palace, were you not fearing? I imagine you'd never be able to tell your companions where you are bound, but the answer has long been readied in your heart. If you won't become me, then how will you find your own place within Dublin's dreams? Love, Shani, what do you want? Oh wow. Oh, that's cool. What a cool effect. And in Reed's mind are the dead who walked to them in the great fire. Stop. Battered, bruised, scarred beyond recognition, yet with their thirst burning bright in their eyes, their revenge against the Victorian officers fulfilled, now walking to those who lit their flames. Walk no longer. You are owed your rest. By the time she reacts, those closest to her have fallen before her, vacant sockets of their eyes all focused on her. In the fierce flash of her firelight, the deathly flames are extinguished. I'm sorry, sister. I'm sorry. I did not mean to ruin your arts. You've done well, Lufshani. She lifts her head in fear. For the very first time, her sister is smiling on her in commendation. Truly very well. Your firelight is such a dazzling one. I always wondered what it would take for you to show your true strength, for you to draw the attentions of all. Display to me your talent once again. Let me see that you can truly drive back my flames. Will you defeat me, my beloved sister? All right. Now, the after, and then the final story, the epilogue. Here we go. She'd considered the possibility of ending it all, even if it meant the fires of the Draco would never die. She'd imagined the flames of wrath bursting from her aching chest, burning away the shell and identity that she had been given, liberating her from the shackles of herself. But when she truly went to touch her flames, desiring to hold them, she suddenly wondered if she never had control over them in the first place. You've done well, Lufshani. You wanted me to give you my sincere praise. Is this good enough? Or have you prepared yourself by now for the shadow to return to the self, for you to replace me as the leader? I can give you this opportunity. Your next plume of flames will burn me to ashes. Will you reach out to me? The flames burn and her shadow sways slightly, but Reed averts her eyes. Not far away, Carrion, who has just woken up, slowly props herself up atop an old apron, and Moran hums as she helps clean her wound. Sister, why did you come back? What do you see as you stand here? Campfire burned bright that night. At the time, Fionn was wandering around begging for a new foothold to get business up and running, and someone was wrapping more wire around her weapon. Everyone called her the leader jokingly, but they were serious when they thanked her for bringing them all here. I heard that King Guile was crowned by the Victorians, and only then did they erect the royal palace over a ceremonial stone circle. Before that, it was first home to the Tarans. She thinks back to the festive winter nights from long, long ago. They would change into new matching outfits in front of the fireplace, leaving behind a photograph of their smiling faces. What a lovely, warm little ball of flame. So, no. I don't care about being a shadow. But I am not your shadow. I am simply the shadow of our people's ideal leader. They want a way out, a way to get their lives back. I happened to be there and became needed by them. So why must I defeat you, sister? Not afraid of death? Please don't say that, Carrion. Carrion? There's nothing wrong with being afraid of dying. How tragic would it be to die at Dublin's hands before we save our fellow Tarans? Dublin wants to save them too, you know? You're a lot more well-spoken than before. Lucky we still got plenty of anti-inflammatories. Ugh. Did that hurt? Sorry. Ah, Reed, you're back. If we hide here tonight, we shouldn't run into any of the arts-controlled corpses again. Have you surveyed around us already? That's good. I wish we could stop a bit longer myself, but Carrion's injuries aren't looking good. Hey, what's that look on you for? I still remember at the beginning we all saw you like you were our doctor. Only later we realized you're just like all of us, wounded. Are my own wounds, well, serious? No, they aren't. Don't worry, your injuries can be healed. It's just, are you afraid of my fire? Of course not. And so she reaches out to the wounded Taran in front of her. Draco's burning anger wells within her blood. In bygone times, the red dragon bled for his people, one drop of his blood incinerating plains from end to end. She swallows her roiling breath, then suppressed flames scorch her. But if doing so can soothe pain, then she is willing to endure it. It is no true flame that burns in her hands, not even a flash of light. but invariably the people are filled with the same feeling, the flowing of life, as gentle as one's eyes open for the first time to the rays of the morning. I'm guessing by your face you're already feeling a lot better. Yeah, Reed, you maybe really are a doctor. Still, not that you work the same way other docs do. No, what these are my own flames at long last. May you sleep soundly tonight, Carrion. That makes sense now as to why she's dual medic and caster. That's really cool. Never thought I'd see the day someone outside the Victorian army would board a high-speed battleship. That should have been the first thing on your mind the moment you lowered the Victorian flag. Should have been, yeah. I have nothing against you, Taran. I just want to see your force's military proficiency. Plus, I'm rather curious about that leader of yours. I certainly hope the Duke's guest isn't just relying on her Draco bloodline. Your arrogance towards us seeps from your very bones, Victorian. But when she gets up on stage to give her speech, you'll find that she's the true master of the forces of this ship. I still don't get it. Are you people Dublin or not? After all, you don't dress anything like them. But regardless of who you are, you saved us from the Victorians. I'll follow you anywhere. I'm sorry we couldn't help your friend. It's fine, it's fine. As long as others can be saved, I suppose you can say he's still living through them. All right. By the way, Reed, have those people given up on hunting us? The team that was tailing us vanished fairly abruptly, but in any case, things worked to our advantage. Dublin's forces should be assembled now. The Tarans are about to make their voice heard throughout Victoria. Soldiers. Oh, wow. The Dublin forces I am in charge of have come from all over Victoria to join his lordship's army, and together they will fire the opening shots to the war for their survival. Up until the last few days, many people may have not heard of the Dublin name, or have any idea what we are fighting for. Your war is picking up steam as we speak, but ours has been raging on and on over the last decade. As we speak, those flying the Taran banner continue to bleed. There are no words that can describe the atrocities that the Tarans have had to endure. I have seen their streets burned to ash, their cities reduced to rubble. And yet they, who deserve everything the land can give them, met with our soldiers at the risk of being executed to break their bread with us. I saw the Tarans crying out to us in their struggles. However, their salvation has been deferred not decades, but entire centuries. They appealed to their great and mighty compatriots and to their neighbors of conscience, to all those Victorians who will not be co-conspirators to tyranny. They cry out for our attentive eyes. As I speak, there are those among us who are well aware of their Taran blood. Yet there are others who may be asking, who exactly are we going to help? Tarans. All the time we've spent together, we've all gotten used to using this word. But what you said never left my mind, Reed. You said the factory workshop we were in lacked protective measures, so everyone would slowly come down with oropathy and waste away. Yet the owner of the factory who drove the Tarans to work under such dangerous conditions was himself a Taran. And there are so many people like you who speak bog-standard Victorian. Though they were born in the same place as us, they're afraid of talking with us and revealing their accents. What exactly is a Taran? Who is it we're trying to save? It's been on my mind for a long time, too. Do you want to hear what I think? Go on, Reed. We're not looking forward that badly to fleeing for our lives. Of course we're happy to hear you out. At this point, I might say it's the name given to the centuries of our plight. In the past, Victorians spent many years trying to erase the Taran name. But I'm sure you can all feel it. Those ties are still there. Victorians don't call us Tarans. They call us nasty-sounding, uncultured bumpkins, good-for-nothing rascals, ill-bred scum. Or as many people have experienced, they strip us of our property, our land, and our rights, even the lives of our kin, all because of our common name. Some may say to us, then why not give up your language and your traditions? Why not sing the same songs as Victorians at the festivals? As long as others can't tell that we're Tarans, we'll be able to receive the same treatment as them. Of course, there are others who may retort that even though they are Tarans, they've earned wealth through willpower and dedication, receiving enough education to climb up to the upper classes. To this I say, how ironic it is that we must throw aside our culture and betray our own name, just to earn the dignity of being seen as ordinary people by them. Though some of us have achieved greatness, the first step to success invariably is to become Victorian. Duke Wellington, surely you understand this better than anyone else. How many people still remember that your heart pumps a Taran's blood? But, given that Victoria is deliberately trying to strip us of our name, does that mean they've really forgotten about Tara's existence? If that were the case, then why did I, a descendant of King Gael, a surviving Draco, 200 years after the fall of the Taran kingdom, watch my parents be murdered by the Aslan's assassins, left to lie in their own blood? No, they are afraid that we will remember our names and expose their lies. And I stand before you to remind you of this fact. So what you're saying is years and years ago, the Victorian nobles came to Tara to subjugate all its people. Yes, that much is what the history books tell us. There's numerous fabrications about Tara, but some interspersed truths too. Victoria forcibly put King Gael into power as a monarch of the Tara region, coercing him to canonize many Victorian nobles. Their unfair treatment towards Tara as a land was codified into law too. Since then, the Taran's accent has been associated with their lowly status. The Victorians have come to see the Tarans stupid, vulgar, and uneducated. But who will come to educate the people of Tara in all these hundreds of years? Not a single soul. The Tarans have slowly fled from their homeland, perhaps drifting through Victoria, along with its nomadic cities, but never enjoying the same rights and privileges as Victorians. Have we ever had seats at prestigious banquets or institutions of higher-held education? If there are layabouts among us, is that not because the Victorians have taken away our right to work? The injustices we've long endured were so cleverly hidden away in the lengthy years after the word Taran was expunged, but no longer. We finally understand why we have been driven to despair. There's much I know, both about Tara's history as well as about the legends spun by subsequent generations to trace Tara's origins. I can tell you about everything, true injustices and fabricated dreams alike, but I won't speak of them. You'll all want to escape from your past lives. Well, of course. We can't live on like this. So it's alright even if we can't tell we're Tarans. I just think wherever the lights out chimes, everyone must need a flame that burns through the night. The only thing we must fight is the misfortune thrust upon us. Therefore, to fight for the Taran's survival is something we must do. Right now, we are docked in Oak Grove, once a Taran community burned to ashes by a tyrant's flames. Perhaps those with keen enough eyesight will be able to see Tara's palace destroyed by a catastrophe over yonder. Such are the scars left behind on the Taran people. However, it is hardly our intent to recover Tara's ancient lands or reconstruct our history out of its tatters. We are wanderers in the new land, and the road I wish to take you down is one of constructing a new era and a new order. This battleship's next stop will be at the port of Londinium. Naturally, we are not going to compete for Victoria's crown. We are simply taking our destiny back from the Victorians into our own hands. Our eyes are open now. We clearly see that our suffering is rooted in the dominion and servitude that Victoria imposed upon Tara. As such, we ought to let Victoria deny the legitimacy of its own past actions. The war may not end in Londinium, but surely we do not fear a long and bitter fight. The flames have already been kindled. They will burn away the ancient order of this land, taking our rotten shackles along with it. As for the new order that shall be established, I turn to all of you. I implore all of you, regardless of whether you're Taran or Victorian, regardless of who you are or where you came from, to simply fight for the glory of justice, for the unprecedented era to come. Until the Tarans are free to compose their own dreams, just as the Victorians are, nothing shall stand in our way. But Reed, what are we fighting for? For the survival of the Tarans is simply too vague. In past times I always thought that life was so fragile. Upon this great land many a thing waits to take our lives from us. Everything we do is no more than a desperate struggle, a stand against death. And in the end, one from which nobody can emerge victorious. If I concern myself too much with people's lives, how would I ever be able to come face to face with the all too ubiquitous sacrifices, with the sea of unmarked graves? Yet the weight of a life is immense. That is something I can't escape from. We cannot defeat death, but we can, and we should, give dignity to the living. I believe that the people of Tara should have a warm fire at night, wine in their glasses when they sing their songs. There should be a day when the people of Tara no longer have to run away or bid farewell to their families and lovers. I hope for the people of Tara to have their own homeland, where they can live in peace. I hope that all those we've parted ways with will be reunited there. The wind rustles the reeds, and amidst their swishing, she feels the painful sear of the dancing flames. She sees that it is an austere, yet distant dream. Perhaps not a single person standing there will be here to see that day come. Dublin's flames will burn this land. Surely it will be harrowing. Thousands upon thousands of lives, nothing more than fuel for the flames of war. But even then, the weight of a life cannot ever be diminished. Let's go. We are a part of it too. Oh, right. I got a letter from home yesterday. They're all alive and well. Maybe when we get back from war, they'll be doing even better. Lost for words again, Moran? Sorry, I couldn't help wondering to myself, what should living life be like? Well, how about starting with a song? Go on. You might as well. Nobody's after our heads for once. By the firelight of homely hearth I sleep, dreaming of honey, rum, and stew. Say, Reed, what are you going to do if we end up siding with Dublin? Don't worry. There's no difference between her and I. We're both trying to realize the same single dream for the Taran people. When that day comes, I will go see her. And last but not least, the end story. Course set. Drizzles observed. Wayside stations will allow passage. Incoming telegram from Viscount Dawson. They would like to use this journey as an opportunity to meet with the Dublin representative. More nobles coming over to our side. Don't you worry, the leader won't deign to make them any statements. Did they think a simple show of friendliness would earn them a guarantee of peace from Dublin, a Taran population kept in check? I say at some point they need to learn what constitutes true sincerity. The leader is still sending you to negotiate. Perhaps I should fritter away some more time, at least enough that people forget about me. Good to hear. You've made your share of errors by my standards. Well, since you came back to report on your lonesome, I take it you haven't caught Lofshini yet? Don't ask rhetorical questions. You hindered my ranks in their search only to then leak her prior trail to my men. Not exactly a smart way to save someone in your case. And how do you know it wasn't you I was saving? You know, I don't recall the leader ever saying anything about executing her, do you? The leader did allow her to roam free. The leader also allowed me to deal with her at my own discretion. Don't blame me for being harsh on your friend, Harmony. In these times, no one in their right mind would let a Draco act freely in Victoria. Oh, never you mind that. I don't think we were ever that close anyway. And you see, I'm about to pay a visit to that medical organization she was holding up in. Maybe, just maybe, I'll be the first to get her. Wait, a building in the way? Blast this low visibility. How is this not foreseen? Who signed off on navigation plans? Which team was on survey yesterday? Too late for the fleet to turn. Check on any presence of personnel in the building. Excellent. Brick and wooden construction, small enough not to pose a threat to the ship's treads. Continue on course. Oh, would you look at that? Another tiny mistake. There are always sacrifices to be made in war. Yes, I gather what you mean. But listen, I have my own sense of discretion. Lofshini is a sacrifice. I say that might be too high a price to pay. The blood of the Draco still flows in her veins, you see. She remains ever so useful, even with oripathy. Yes, I did not bring her back. She has no resolve to fight, but is plenty capable of fleeing. Further to which we pursued her tracks to where the old Taran palace stood. The fires within the ruins have gone out. Becoming infected may have changed her originium arts. You seem to think it was oripathy that made her stronger. Of course not. She's my sister. It would be disappointing if she couldn't even hold her own. Tell me, who's with her? A few vagrants. She calls herself the leader before them. Then there's no need to follow her. Since she is at last awakened and become aware of her power as a Draco, she will return to me soon. Are you sure the long-haul trucks pass through here? Aye, I hitched on one when I fled Victoria. Bagpipe. Eh? Do you remember when I asked you what the truth you wanted was and what you wanted to do after learning it? Because you knew things would turn out this way. Most things that happen in Victoria end up as a power struggle like this. You could say, but it's never the same people involved each time. My feelings still haven't changed. I have to submit my report. I just wonder, when will any part of Victoria truly accept it? What can I even do, personally speaking, to speed up that process? You still want to change Victoria after all of this. It amazes me how you're so what? Stupid? Stubborn? So strong. Come on, Chen Chen, that's why we've always been friends, nah? We fixate on a goal and we don't change it easily. Not me, not you, not my leader. Huh. Doesn't seem like a compliment when it's from you. And I've been thinking these days anyways, who's to say someone else's dream can't be achieved, right? You're still holding on to that thing Fionn gave you. Aye, what's wrong with that? Let me do it. It's an old radio, and I don't want you to turn it into scrap metal. There we go. The attention of all citizens, the conflict in Londinium between Victoria and Kesdal continues to escalate. War has broken out. The Duke of Wellington, we ask you make war preparations. I wonder when this takes place. This event is a rerun, but in the scheme of things, when does this take place during the story? Somewhere, obviously post chapter 8, we're looking at probably chapter 9, 10-ish, maybe, somewhere in there? Yes, I'm driving back. I noted nothing unusual during my recon assignment. The office I used for my last identity. You needn't worry. I'll erase all trails as soon as I return. Of course, I'll accept promotion from the Duke if all goes according to plan. I don't plan to hide it. I'll have abandoned my personal identity and face by that point. Whatever I say to you now under my current guise doesn't matter, does it? I think I'll get off and take a little walk. Oh, sir, would you like a wooden doll? I brought some from a village on the other side of the river. The woman who makes them, excellent craft, bless her old heart. No, thank you. All right, excuse me, are you from around here? Why do you ask? Just thought you looked familiar. Really, I'm sorry, I just settled down. I still don't know all the people around here all too well. I'm Fionn, peddler of wares. Let me know if you want to buy or sell anything and I'll sort it out for you. I live right here, there, see? That house, just finished yesterday. It's a little far from the village, but I like it here, right next to the road. Oh, there's your car, I see. Do I have the wrong person? Sorry for bothering you and all, I won't keep you any. At a massive rumbling, they both turn around. A huge shadow looms on the horizon, the earth trembling beneath their feet. Oh, what's that sound? No, what's that? An army? Yesterday, 400 kilometers away, I signed off on a reconnaissance mission scouting this force. What are you talking about? All along, I've been of the belief that with his militant vice grip, the Iron Duke is our greatest enemy. With his support, Dublin will incite hatred amongst the population, dragging innocent people into riot and even outright war. We must find a way to check this power. Hundreds, if not thousands of lives hinge upon my every move. But as for the moment, he could not let out a sound if he tried. Rumble, rumble. The battle fleet, led by a grand high-speed battleship, sails along its set course. This is the territory of Duke Castor. She has silently assented to all this, assented to war passing through her roads and across Victoria. Flee, Taran. You built your house in the wrong place. Why? This belt remains the territory of Duke Castor. The boundary is vague, and you have yet to cross it. The Marquis of Trent did not switch over to Duke of Wellington's side come the conclusion of negotiations. Moreover, pressure on the Tarans is set to increase once again. Perhaps you'll slight those brutal patrol squadrons again in the next 2 days. Perhaps they haven't forgotten the appearance of your name in the case files. Did he mistake the Duke's intentions? Is he simply another pawn sacrificed in this war? None of us know the answer. And if we did, that lone hut would not be built in a wrong place. What are you going on about? Wait, I remember now. You're the one who came after us back then. What are you trying to... Fisher does not answer. He simply turns, gets back in the car, and starts the engine. Behind him, the sound of the tiny brick hut collapsing and the plaintive cry of the villager are drowned out in the deep cacophony of the battleship at the head. And such is the beginning of war. That's crazy. There we have it. That is What the Firelight Casts. Very, very interesting story. There's a lot to process with that one in the sense of seeing Reed's past and seeing where she came from, and also kind of trying to figure out exactly what is her future as opposed to Eblana's future, with both of them being referred to as the leader, you know, in a sense, where she was the shadow and Eblana was the leader. There's this interesting thought in my mind in basically where she says the things that she does, Reed, that is, to her small group of people there at the end. And Eblana has what she says as well. She has that massive army that she's speaking to. And when you think about it, when you look at what they're talking about, what they're doing, there's, while Reed spent that one moment where she was like, I'm not different from her, and in the end, I'll see her again. We'll see each other, kind of thing. She makes that remark. But in all reality, they are different. They are very, very different. They have two different leadership paths that they're following. You've got Eblana, who's leading with kind of fear and violence and anger. But then you have Reed, who she doesn't want to lead that way. Reed would much rather lead with resolve and lead with a passion for her people and for saving them the right way, and a passion for helping others as well. She doesn't want the violence. She doesn't want to deal with pain any longer. She wants things to go well for the people for once. And she wants to put her past behind her by doing what's right. The things that she did in the stead of her sister, the things she did in her sister's shadow, she wants to move out of that and establish her own identity. And by the end of the story, she starts on that path. She starts on that path from the moment that the moment Bagpipe realized who she was. You know, she's already kind of in the midst of that, but she takes that step away basically the moment that they set foot inside the old palace, and she ends up fighting her sister there, the shadow and whatnot. And she takes that stand against her identity and stuff. It is a very interesting way that things progress there, but she definitely, despite her words, is much different than her sister. And that's interesting to think of. But here we are, like I said, looking at where this story may take place. It's obviously post-reunion. Chen's already left Lungmen. You know, she's out with Bagpipe. There, you know, all that stuff's going on. And it's kind of a weird situation where the war is breaking out or is about to break out and stuff in different places. So you've got Dublinn, who's about to enter and incite violence, but you've got Victoria and Casdal going to war. So you're looking at this definitely post chapter 8 is when this takes place. But it is a very, very intriguing, how do I say it? Very, very intriguing point in the story where this is another one of those side stories that kind of ties in to the main story and the main theme in much different of a way than some of the others, but it actually does have more direct ties than some of the others. Some of the other side stories are literally just their own thing. We know that, we've seen that, but this one, it is, but it also isn't, because again, it has ties to the main story, to the main theme. It opens some things up, and you get to see the stuff with the war beginning and whatnot that just, it you know, it's just a little bit of a background thing here. But again, it ties to that main story. So there's a lot of cool stuff with that and with the characters. And I kind of wonder where Bagpipe stands now. That's one question that I have leaving here, because it's just like Chen said when she was talking to, who was it that she was talking to? When she was talking to Reed, that, you know, Bagpipe doesn't really know, but she doesn't really care when she trusts somebody, when she trusts her friend. She doesn't really care and kind of goes blindly with them and stuff. It's a neat thought that in a way she has that blind friendship, but when she learns the truth behind County Hillock and she learns that Reed was the leader, you know, she was the one, she admits that openly to her. It drives that wedge in their friendship. So is that going to recover? We'll find out, I guess. We have yet to see. But that's it for this massive mega episode that is What the Firelight Casts. Hope you guys enjoyed it. As always, I appreciate each and every one of you for taking the time to watch this and to hang out with me on the channel. You guys are awesome. Make sure to leave a like and subscribe if you're new to the channel. That's going to help me to continue to grow and get out there. And with that being said, guys, that's it for this one. I will see you in the next story.